Shalom, Most High in Christ blessed. My name is Brother Zerubbabel. Once again,
My name is Ezra Zelazar.
we're with Children of Israel, and we are coming once again to bring another lesson out. Blessed Sabbath day to everyone. Um, basically, if you've been watching our videos so far, uh, the reason for us bringing these videos out is to bring the milk, the basics, to Israel in a way that you get clear and concise precepts, scriptures, so that you could get a full understanding of what it is that we're teaching, no matter what the topic is. Today's topic we're going to be going over is something that is very important because as we come into the knowledge that we're the Israelites, we're excited. And you're watching people online. You may have run into a group on the streets. You're excited and you want to, you want to learn. You're looking for information. We've all been there when we first came into this truth. The thing is, you want to make sure you take the time, which a lot of us didn't do when we came in years ago. Is anything and everything that a person teaches you that you've got to go back and search the scriptures daily to see if the things that they were teaching you are correct or not, if it's biblical, not without having to twist words of scriptures and things like that. um, you want to make sure that the information you're being fed, the milk you're being fed, that it's new milk, that it's good milk, that it hasn't been spoiled in any way. Because that's what's happening. There's a lot of spoiled milk being taught in Israel. And we're not bashing on anybody. The lesson that we're going to be going through today is a lesson about the calendar of the Most High. When we come into Israel, we come into the knowledge that we're the Israelites and we start learning about the high holy days. We start learning about the Sabbath. We go by the information that is fed to us by whatever group or group leader that we're watching or that we want to become a part of. And you want to go and check, you want to go and study, search the scriptures to make sure that what this leader, this camper, this group is teaching you is actually what the Bible is teaching. The reason why we had to go through this and break this down the way we did is because, like we've said before in other videos, we both came from different camps before we came together. And after we came together and we started following the high holy days exactly as we were taught in the camps that we were with, following the moon, and all of a sudden, after a couple of years of being away, started really like, man, how is it that our Passover is falling behind and is almost in February now? What's going on? We've been following it, the moon, this is the way they told us to. What is going on? There's something wrong. And it was really bothering me. It was bothering him. We couldn't figure. We're just like what in the world is going on? There's something just not right. And we kept thinking and searching and trying to figure out. And then one particular year, all of a sudden, we started watching all the camps. Well, this will be 3 years ago.
Right.
Started watching all the camps, and suddenly all the camps started talking about this 13th month. And we're like, what? Like, yeah, you got to add this 13th month to the calendar, because if you don't add the 13th month, then you're going to fall behind, and suddenly you're going to find yourself um, doing your high holy days out of season. And we're like, what? Nobody's never mentioned nothing about no 13th month. Like, what are they talking about? So the search began. Like, number one, what is this 13th month? Why do we have to add a 13th month? Does the Bible teach anything about adding a 13th month? And as we started studying and reading and looking, we found that no, the Bible does not teach about adding a 13th month. We're not supposed to be adding a 13th month because the calendar is clear that it's 12 months. So the curiosity started growing, like, wait a minute, there's something wrong, because every single camp is now talking about this 13th month. So then what happened, as we started seeing, is that they started getting called out by, there were smaller groups that started calling them out about adding this 13th month. So then suddenly it changed to, well, it's the second month of Adar or something like that. There's a extra month added. And we're like, this is not making sense. There is something just not right about this. So we say, you know what? It looks like we've been following blindly these moons, whether it's the dark moon, the crescent moon, the full moon, and following these camps and following these guys. And now suddenly we're supposed to be adding a 13th month that's not found in the scriptures. So we're going to have to go back and we're going to have to really break this down to get the understanding of the calendar and how and when we're supposed to be celebrating these high holy days. Because there's something not right in Israel. There's something going on that's just not sitting right. So we broke it down. We say, you know what? We're going to go back to the beginning. We're going to break it down by the day. We're going to break it down by the week. We're going to break it down by the month. And we're going to break it down by the year. And we're going to see whether or not what we've been being shown, what we've been taught about the Most High's calendar and the Passover, the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of First Fruits, and all the high holy days that are mentioned in the scriptures. And if what we've been taught is what the Bible actually teaches. So as we went through, we started breaking it down. We started finding that no, a lot of the precepts that they're using to justify us following the moon are misunderstandings of these precepts, as you're going to find out as we go through. We're going to warn you. These are some long lessons. And they're long because we didn't want to take any shortcuts. Because that's what we found is what's happening. People are wanting to take shortcuts to make it easy. Give a simple explanation, and all you do is shrug your shoulders and say, oh, okay, and move on. And you don't realize that you're following these calendars in error. Like I said, the dark moon, the crescent moon, the full moon, the lunar Sabbath, it doesn't matter which one you're following. After a few years, your calendar is going to fall behind by at least 30 days. And then in order to set things straight and get your high holy days back into their proper seasons, you're going to have to add an extra month, which is this second month of Adar, which we were actually warned about. So, this lesson today, the calendar of the Most High, we're going to be focusing on the day because we wanted to go back and it was like, okay, why are people suddenly teaching that the Sabbath starts from morning to morning?
Right.
What's going on in Israel? What is happening? So now you've got people teaching that the day begins in the morning. So we had to go through from the beginning. We said we're going to break it down. We're going to break down the day. We're going to break down the week. We're going to break down the month. We're going to break down the year so that we can make sure that we've got this correct. And that when we teach, what we're teaching is correct. And it's, you can go to the scriptures clearly and find and see that what it is that we're teaching falls directly in line with what the Bible is teaching. So you will hear some of the camps make fun of people that are following the Enoch calendar, scaring people away from reading the very books that they've read themselves. They'll call people dummies, call them stupid. You're following that group and they're following this, that. They got that from the white man. Guess what? If it wasn't for Esau, we wouldn't even have our scriptures. We wouldn't even have our Bible. Grab Deuteronomy 28:48 real quick.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 48. And it says, therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
It says that we were going to have to serve our enemies in the want of all things. So when we wanted to learn our history, if it wasn't for Esau, we wouldn't even have it. If it wasn't for the Most High putting it upon his spirit to preserve this Bible, to preserve these books, we wouldn't have it. They could have easily just destroyed every Bible and said, no, we don't want them to have access to none of this. And we wouldn't have it. But you have Israelite groups out here that when they can't answer a question, the first thing they want to do is say, oh, they got that from the white man. Like, what are you talking about? We got it all from the white man. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have it. As we were told that we were going to have to go to our enemies in the want of all things. We want to know our history. We want to know our heritage. We want to know our nationality. We have to go to them in order to get it. You want to buy a Bible from offline, who do you got to go to? You're going to most likely buy it off Amazon. From who? The so-called white man, Esau. If it wasn't for him translating the scriptures into, we want to acknowledge that, yes, King James was a so-called black man, and he authorized the translation of the 1611 Bible into English. But was he the only one that had translated the Bible into English? No, the so-called white man that did it before he did it. Go back and look at, I believe his name is William Tyndale, and go back and look at these people from the past, these Edomites from the past that translated the scriptures. It's funny that a lot of Israelite camps and camp leaders will make fun of people reading the book of Jasher, the book of Enoch, and so on. But they'll go and read the Apocrypha. Right. And say, well, see, the Apocrypha was always a part of the Bible. All of it was a part of our records. All of these books. Go back to the first council of Nicaea, or Nicaea, however you pronounce it. Way back in what was it, 300 something AD? My history is off right now. There were actually 8 different councils, but the Catholic Church only acknowledges 7 of them. What do you think they were doing in these 8 different councils that they had? They were seeing what they wanted to keep as far as scripture, and what they didn't want to keep, they took out. And some of those books that they took out were books like the Book of Jasher, the Book of Enoch, and so on. These books were taken out about 1500 years or so, 1600 years, maybe 1700, before they took out the Apocrypha. They had left some of the books of the Apocrypha in the scriptures, and then they finally took those out during the 1800s. But we'll acknowledge the Apocrypha and turn around and make fun of these other books, but yet they still read these other books and they teach you things out of these other books. You don't know it because you've been scared out of reading these other books. But once you read them, you're going to sit back, just like I did, and go, wait a minute. They've been teaching us stuff out of these books all along and lying to us and scaring us and saying, don't read them. We ought to obey God rather than men. We've got to go back and we've got to read, we've got to study to show ourselves approved. So we're going to get into it. We're going to start with an introduction and we're going to get right into it. This lesson, the calendar of the Most High, lesson 1, the day. So anybody that watches this lesson, we're not going to deal with the week. We're not going to deal with the month. We're not going to deal with the year. This lesson is dealing with the day. So let's get through. Let's go to Acts 5 and 29.
The book of Acts, chapter 5 and verse 29. It says, Then Peter and the other apostles answered and said, We ought to obey God rather than men.
We got to obey God rather than men. We've been following behind these men for too long, and we're finding that these men have led us astray. Watch this lesson. Don't just watch snippets of it. Watch the entire lesson. Yes, it's long. Yes, our lessons are boring. They're long and boring. But I would rather be long and boring and knowing that I'm teaching you the truth. I'm teaching you the scriptures rather than be on here entertaining you just so I can get large numbers or that we can get large numbers and a large following. We want our people to know the truth. I'll put it to you this way. It's like a kid. You got 2 brothers always getting in trouble. They get, sent to their room. They're on punishment. The one brother is constantly still acting up in the room and the parents are coming in. You guys are not coming out this room until you stop acting up. You're going to stay on punishment. The one brother wants to get out of captivity. He wants to get out of punishment. He wants to get out of the room. He wants to go outside and play. But his knucklehead brother keeps doing what? Getting them in trouble because he doesn't want to listen. He doesn't want to obey the parents. That's what Israel is like. We want to get up out of here. And there are certain camp groups, camp leaders that are keeping us in captivity because of their pride. And instead of rather just saying, you know what, man, I was wrong. I didn't realize I was wrong. We need to re-examine this and go back and restudy what they've been teaching. They just dismiss it. Oh, what do they know? Who are they? They're nobodies. And yet we're still stuck here in captivity. We've got to obey God rather than men. We've got to go precept upon precept to get the understanding. Let's go to Romans 15 and 4.
The book of Romans, chapter 15 and verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we through patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope.
So the things that were written before were written for us to learn from. That's why we had to go all the way back to the beginning. You're going to see, we're going to go back to Genesis. We're going to go back to the beginning to give you a full understanding of the day, when the day begins, when the day ends. Okay. We had to go back and do this because, like I said, things were not sitting right. Things were not making sense. We had to go back and follow the scriptures to get the sense, to get the understanding, to get this wisdom, to get the knowledge. Let's go to Deuteronomy 32 and 7.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee, thy elder, and they will tell thee.
So we've got to go back, remember the days of old. We should be able to go back to our fathers and read the scriptures to get understanding. We should be able to ask these leaders about things in the scriptures, and they should be able to explain it to us in a clear and concise way using the precepts clearly to give you the sense of what, after this lesson is done, you're going to find out clearly that some of the precepts that they've been using to say that we're supposed to be following the moon, you're going to find that they've taken these precepts out of context by not going precept upon precept, line upon line to get the understanding. And some of them have done it ignorantly. Some of them I have to question because you hear them, tell little white lies about things here and there. They're hiding the fact that they're not, that they're adding a 13th day to their calendar year. They're not telling their congregants that they're adding the 13th month. Some of the groups are telling you straight out, yeah, we're adding the 13th month, the second month of Adar. There are some camps that are sneaky. They're not telling you that they're adding the 13th month, but they are. So it would behoove you to go and question your camp leader. Are they adding the 13th month? And see if they tell you the truth. If they're following the moon, they're adding the 13th month. It's inevitable. So you're going to have to come to the understanding and come to the conclusion that they've been lying to you all this time. They've been deceiving you, and they've been knowingly deceiving you. So we've got to be able to go back and ask the fathers. We've got to be able to ask, what does it say? Thy elders, and they will tell thee. A lot of these men love to marvel in the fact that they're the elders of Israel. We're the elders. Okay, elders, stop lying to us. Let's go to Isaiah 46 and 9 through 10.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 46 and verse 9. Remember the former things of old, for I am God, and there is none else. I am God, and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from in ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure.
So he's again reminding us, remember the former things of old. We've got to go back. How are we going to remember? We're going to have to remember by going back and reading the history, learning from the history. From the very beginning, he taught us the calendar. He says, declaring the end from the beginning. So going all the way to the book of Revelation, everything was already mapped out. He already knew where he wanted this whole thing to hit. It says, and from ancient times, the things that are not yet done. So there's a lot of prophecy in the Bible. There are a lot of people that are focused on so much on the meat and focused so much on being prophets and wanting to get the prophecies and teach you about World War III coming and teach you about computer chips and the mark of the beast. And they got all this knowledge, but yet messing up basic things like the milk of the scriptures. Giving us the calendar incorrectly, having us following the moon, which is not scriptural. But yet they'll swear up and down. They'll call people stupid. They'll call people dummies when they can't answer simple questions about the calendar. They'll go off about the other camps, the other camp leaders that are teaching um, anything other than what they're teaching. Let's go to Isaiah 40 and 21.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 40 and verse 21. Have ye not known? Have ye not heard? Had it not been told you from the beginning? Have ye not understood from the foundations of the earth?
It says, have ye not known? Have we not known about the calendar? Have we not heard? Hath it not been told you from the beginning? He told us about this calendar from the beginning. The problem is because of books being taken out of the scriptures, because of um, scriptures being taken out now, things being changed, the times being changed. Our people are quick to go to Daniel and point out that Esau would change times. He would think to change times and laws and so on. Well, what do you think was part of his deception in changing times? You think he'd been able to get away with changing the times without taking the book of Enoch out of the Bible, which taught us specifically how to follow the calendar? It had to be taken out. That's what some of these leaders have to come to understand. The Enoch calendar had to be taken out of the Bible. Otherwise, when they started teaching us the moon, the dark moon, the sliver moon, the full moon, and all these different things, and these, what you're going to find is that we got this from the other nations over time. We were following the other nations in the way, like even our calendar, as you read in the scriptures, we were calling the calendar some of the months by Babylonian names when we came out of Babylonia. The Most High let us get away with this stuff because he knew we didn't know any better. We were in captivity. But it's now time for us to repent of these things. He winked at this idolatry. He winked at this stuff for a time. He let us get away with it. Let's go to Isaiah 48 and 3.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 48 and verse 3. I have declared the former things from the beginning, and they went forth out of my mouth, and I showed them. I did them suddenly, and they came to pass.
So he says, I've declared the former things from the beginning. Just like we read in Isaiah 46 and 10, declaring the end from the beginning. And they went forth out of my mouth, and I showed them. Who did he show them to? He showed it to Adam. He showed it to Enoch. He showed it to Solomon. He showed these things. He showed the calendar. He showed them the circuits of the times and the years and how we followed our seasons and followed time. From the very beginning, it was all declared. They went forth out of his mouth. He spoke it and they came into existence. As we're going to read when we get to Genesis. As he taught the calendar. Let's go to Isaiah 28 and 9 and 10.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 28 and verse 9. Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line upon line, here a little and there a little.
Okay, so we already gone over the scripture many times. We have to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. And what you're going to find, like we've said, listen to this entire lesson. Don't just watch a snippet and go, oh, what are they talking about? If you want to get a full understanding, you have to watch the entire lesson, because there's going to be things covered that you're going to see that, oh, wait a minute, our camp leaders, they have mistakenly been using some of these precepts to teach that the moon is what declares our seasons, and they've been doing it. Some of them out of ignorance. Some of them, like I say, you got to question that. I believe that they've been purposely deceiving you. So you've got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, to get the knowledge, to get the understanding of the doctrine. Some of our people have not understood the milk, and that's why there's so much confusion in Israel. Don't take our word for it. We're telling you, after this lesson, go back and watch it over and over again. All of them. They're going to be about 3 or 4 very long lessons that's breaking down the day, breaking down the week, breaking down the month, breaking down the year, to give a full understanding of what the Bible teaches about the day, what the Bible teaches about the week, what the Bible teaches about the month, what the Bible teaches about the year. And yes, we're going to go into the book of Enoch, and you're going to see how it all fits together. It'll all come to a head where you're going to have no choice but to say, wait a minute, hold on, we've been lied to, and we've been lied to for too long. Let's go to Psalms 119, 104.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 104. Through thy precepts I get understanding. Therefore I hate every false way.
Through thy precepts I get understanding. Through thy precepts I get understanding. That's why you got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. Like I said, you're going to have to watch, because some of the stuff is near the middle of the lesson. Some of it's in the beginning. Some of it's at the end. Some of the more important stuff is going to come towards the end of the lesson, such as some of the precepts that are being used to say that the moon is what governs our seasons. You're going to find, as we go through the precepts, that they were not going precept upon precept to get the understanding of what seasons the moon dictates, or what the scriptures mean by he created the moon. I'm not even going to go into it yet. Let's wait till we get there. I don't want to jump the gun. All right. The moon does not dictate our seasons, such as fall, winter, spring, and summer. The moon does not dictate that. The Bible does not teach that. And we're going to prove it by going precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. At the end of this lesson, it's going to be very clear that the moon does not govern our seasons, as we've been taught, that people that follow the lunar Sabbath are teaching, people that are following the dark moon, people that are following the sliver moon, people that are following the full moon. We have been in error for a long time following this. Don't take our word for it. Like I said, watch the entire lesson, and after the lesson, go back through the precepts and search it out for yourself. Obey God, not us. Let's go to the Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 7. You're going to read all the way through verse 19.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 7. Wherefore I prayed, and understanding was given me. I called upon God, and the spirit of wisdom came to me. I prefer her before sceptres and thrones, and esteem rich
Scepters,
sep,
scepters. And
sep,
let me stop you real quick. I want to make something clear real quick. I've been sick, my throat's dry, and I'm drinking. This might be a mug. No, I've never drank beer in my life. This is not beer. Okay. Don't want anybody
right,
even think that. It's
right,
Canada Dry. Okay. I don't want
right,
nobody's, oh man, this brother was online teaching and he had a mug drinking beer or something. Like, no, I've never had beer. I've never drank alcohol in my life.
right,
Anybody that knows me know this. All right. So I'm not drinking beer. It's Canada Dry. I just got done from being sick for an entire month and my throat and everything is still dry. I'm still recovering. And I didn't even really want to put that out there that I've been sick, but I just realized when I drank that, I'm like, man, it looks like beer. looking at the camera, like, somebody's gonna mistake me drinking, it's in a mug and everything. And man, this brother was on here talking about teaching the calendar and drinking beers drunk, man.
right,
Like, no, 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 no. It's Canada Dry, all right? But go ahead and read.
right. It says, I prefer her, verse 8, it says, I prefer her before scepters and thrones, and esteem riches nothing in comparison of her. Neither compare I unto her any precious stone, because all gold in respect to her is as a little sand, and silver shall be counted as clay before her. I love her above health and beauty, and choose to have her instead of light, for the light that cometh from her never goeth out.
Now, the her that it's talking about is talking about wisdom. Okay, go ahead and read on.
All good things together come to me with her, and innumerable riches in her hands, and I rejoice in them, all because of wisdom goeth before them. And
That's
I
how we
knew
know it's talking about wisdom because it tells us right here in verse 12. Read that again.
and I rejoice in them all, because wisdom goeth before them. And I knew not that she was the mother of them. I learned diligently, and I do communicate her liberty. I do not hide her riches, for she is a treasure unto me that never faileth, which they use become the friends of God, being commanded for the gifts that come from the learning. God had granted me to speak as I would, and to conceive as in meet for the things that are given me, because it is that leadeth unto wisdom and directeth the wise. For in his hands are both we our words, all wisdom also, and knowledge of workmanship. For he given me
Read
certain
that again.
knowledge.
Read that again. For he hath.
For for he hath given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely to know how the world was made, and
Read it again. Read it clear because this verse 17, 18, and 19 is the point. You got to get that clear.
for he had given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely the knowledge how the world was made, and the operations of the elements, the beginning, ending, and midst of times, the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of seasons, the circuits of years, and the positions of stars.
Solomon was taught the exact same thing as Enoch was. This proves that Solomon was taught the calendar just as Enoch was. The beginning, ending, and midst of the times, the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of seasons, because it is the sun that governs the seasons. It's not the moon. Enoch was taught this. Solomon was taught this. So are you going to believe Solomon? You're going to believe the Most High and what he put in the scriptures? Or are we going to keep following what men have taught us? Because it's right here. They read this precept all the time. Let me read it again. For he hath given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely to know how the world was made and the operation of the elements. So Solomon was taught Genesis just like Moses was. He knew all of it. the beginning, ending, and midst of the times. Solomon was shown exactly just like Moses was, the things that happened in the past, the things that happened at that time, and the things that were coming in the future. The alterations, the turning of the sun, and the change of seasons. Solomon was taught the calendar just like Enoch was, the circuits of years and the positions of stars. We're not making it up. It's right here in the scriptures, right here in the precepts. So we have to go back to the beginning. In order to understand what Solomon is talking about, what he knew about the sun and the change of seasons, the circuits of the years, and the positions of the stars, we have to go back to the very beginning. We have to prove what we're teaching, and we're going to prove it. Why? Because we're going to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. We're not taking any shortcuts. People have been taking shortcuts for too long, and that's why we're in so much confusion in Israel. Everybody's doing everything different. Everybody's following different calendars. Everybody's doing their high holy days at different times, and that's not what the Most High intended for us from the beginning. Let's go to 1 Thessalonians 5 and 21.
The book of 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 21. Prove all things, hold fast that which is good.
Prove all things, hold fast that which is good. Hold fast that which is good. Prove all things. We are going to prove unequivocally, without a doubt, that what we've been being taught about the moon governing our seasons is completely wrong. And we're not saying this to be boastful. We're not saying it out of pride. We had to go back and break this all down to get the understanding, because it became crystal clear to us that there was something going wrong in Israel with the high holy days. That number one, everybody's doing their high holy days at different times. Number two, everyone's adding this 13th month, which we've come to find is not biblical. And these are the same people that will pull scriptures to tell you you're not supposed to be adding to the scriptures, brother. You're not supposed to be taken away from the scriptures, brother.
Right.
Show us in the scriptures where it says we're supposed to add a 13th month to the calendar. No one will be able to show you because it's not there. That's what we found. Nowhere in the scriptures do you find that we are to add a 13th month to the calendar. And I'm saying it slow so that you can hear me clearly. Again, we're not saying this out of pride. We're saying it because it's a fact. It's true. You will not find anywhere in the scriptures where we are supposed to add a 13th month. The Most High's calendar deals with hours, it deals with days, it deals with months, it deals with years. How do we know this? Because going precept upon precept, following the scriptures. Go to Revelation 9 and 15.
The book of Revelation chapter 9 and verse 15. And the four angels were loosed, which were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year, for to slay the third part of heaven.
The third part of men.
The third part of men.
It says, and the four angels were loose, which were prepared for what? An hour, a day, and a month, and a year. Like I just said, the Most High calendars deals with hours, days, months, and years, which is backed up by a precept. I said something, I backed it up with what? A precept. Let's go to Galatians 4 and 10. Prove all things.
The book of Galatians, chapter 4 and verse 10. Ye observe days and months and times and years.
Ye observe days and months and times and years. So I made a statement, backed it up with precepts. That's all you're going to see us do throughout this lesson. We're not on here to try to deceive anybody. We're searching for the truth just like all of our people should be doing. Not all of our people are doing that, unfortunately. A lot of our people like lies. They love to be told lies. A lot of our people like to tell lies, unfortunately. We are only here to search out for the truth so we could get this thing right. So we're going to get into it. We got to go back to the beginning to learn about how the Most High set up the calendar, starting with the day. The first question we got to ask is, when does the day begin? Because we got people teaching, as we said before, that the day begins in the morning, that the Sabbath is from morning to morning and it's not from night to night, from evening to evening. We're going to find that that's not true. The day begins in the evening. Let's go to Genesis 1 and 1. You're going to read through verse 5.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
And the evening and the morning were the first day. He didn't say, and the morning and the evening were the first day. Now you've got a couple of people starting to teach that the Sabbath is only from morning to evening,
Right?
that it's only 12 hours because they're misunderstanding what Christ meant. Aren't there only 12 hours in a day? Completely butchering what Christ was saying. Why? Because they're not going precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. It's crystal clear. And the evening and the morning were the first day. The evening and the morning were the first day. And when we get to the week, you're going to find that in Genesis 1, he was teaching us the work week, which in this lesson, you're going to find that, yes, there is a work week. This is the work. There's a working days. There's the working week. The evening and the morning were the first day. So we find in these scriptures that from the beginning, we were shown that the day begins at evening. The day begins at evening. Let's go to Judges 19 and 9. Now let's prove it. We're going to go to scriptures that prove and corroborate what the Most High said in the beginning in Genesis 1 and 5. The evening and the morning were the first day, meaning that the day begins at sundown. Read what you got, Judges 19 and 9.
The book of Judges, chapter 19 and verse 9. And when the man rose up to depart, he and his concubine and his servant, his father-in-law, the damsel's father, said unto him, Behold, now the day draweth toward evening. I pray you tarry all night. All night, behold, the day groweth to an end. Lodge here, that thine heart may be merry. Tomorrow get you early on your way, that thou mayest go home.
So he says, Behold, now the day draweth toward evening. I pray you tarry all night. Behold, the day groweth to an end. Lodge here, telling us that as the day draweth toward evening, the day is coming to an end. The day is coming to an end, meaning that the next day is going to begin when the evening is there, the beginning of the day. Evening, morning. The evening and the morning were the first day, corroborating what Genesis 1 and 5 is teaching, that the day begins and ends at evening when the stars are shown in the sky. How do we know this? Go to Nehemiah chapter 4 and verse 21.
In a second, the page just got stuck.
Oh, it's all right. So how do we know that the day begins and ends at evening when the stars are shown in the sky? Precept upon precept. Read what you got when you got it.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 4 and verse 21. And it says, So we labor in the work, and half of them held the spears from the rising of the morning till the stars appeared.
From the rising of the morning till the stars appeared, meaning that when the stars show up in the sky, it's evening, the day has come to an end, and the new day has come in. Go ahead and read.
Likewise, at the same time said I unto the people, Let everyone with his servant lodge with within Jerusalem, that in the night they may be a guard to us, and labor on the day. So neither I, nor my brethren, nor my servants, nor the men of the guard which followeth me, none of us put off our clothes, saving that everyone put them off for washing.
So, what are we getting from this? That the day ends at evening when the stars appear in the sky. When the stars appear in the sky. What are other scriptures that corroborates that the day begins at evening? Let's go to Deuteronomy 16 and 4.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 16 and verse 4. And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coasts 7 days, neither shall there anything of the flesh which thou sacrifice the first day at evening remain all night until the morning.
Deuteronomy 16 and 4, corroborating that the day begins when? At evening. He says, And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coasts 7 days, neither shall there anything of the flesh which thou sacrificest the first day at even remain all night until the morning. The first day at even remain all night until the morning. That's why we got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. Let's go back to Genesis, and we're going to go to 1 and 8. We're not going to read all of Genesis, but let's go to 1 and 8.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 8. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
Go to verse 13.
Verse 13. And the evening and the morning were the third day.
Verse 19.
Verse 19. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
So if you're not realizing the pattern yet, if you're not seeing it yet, He's telling us that the evening and the morning made a full day, and then the next day came in. The first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day. Read on, verse 23.
Verse 23. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day.
Verse 31.
And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day.
And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. It's crystal clear. No one should be getting this wrong. All right. So continuing to prove that the day begins in the evening when the stars come out. Let's go to 1 Samuel 30 and 17.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 30 and verse 17. And David smote them from the twilight even unto the evening of the next day. And there escaped not a man of them, save 400 young men, which rode upon camels and fled.
So, and David smote them from the twilight even unto the evening of the next day. What is twilight? Right at that part, the point of the sky when the sun is set, the stars are just starting to appear in the sky. Twilight. And David smote them from the twilight even unto the evening of the next day. From evening to evening, that full day, David was fighting. Let's go to Proverbs 7 and 9.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 7 and verse 9. In the twilight, in the evening, in the black and dark night.
So in the twilight, in the evening, in the black and dark night, just as we just read in 1 Samuel 30 and 17, that David fought, he smote them from what? From twilight, even into the evening of the next day. Twilight is at what time? It's at evening. Let's go to Jeremiah 6 and 4.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 6 and verse 4. Prepare ye war against her. Arise, and let us go up at noon. Woe unto us, for the day goeth away, for the shadows of the evening are stretched out.
He says, prepare ye war against her, arise and let us go up at noon. So we know it's noontime, it's the middle of the day. And he says, woe unto us, for the day goeth away, for the shadows of the evening are stretched out, telling us what? That the day ends at evening. The day ends at evening, and at evening, the next day begins. Go to Luke 24 and 29.
The book of Luke, chapter 24 and verse 29. But they constrained him, saying, abide with us, for it is towards evening, and the day is far spent. And he went into tarry with them.
Luke 24, 29. But they constrained him, saying, abide with us. In other words, stay with us. For it is toward evening, and the day is far spent, meaning that the day is coming to what? An end. Go to John 20 and 19.
The book of John, chapter 20 and verse 19. Then the same day at evening, being the first day of the week, when the doors were shut, where the disciples were assembled for fear of the Jews, came Jesus and stood in the midst and said unto them, peace be unto you.
He says, then the same day at evening, being the first day of the week, meaning that the first day of the week began at evening when it was dark. Go to Leviticus 23:32.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse 32. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the night, in the ninth day of the month at even, from evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbaths.
So this is talking about the Day of Atonement. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls, meaning that we're supposed to fast in the ninth day of the month at even. The ninth day of the month at even is actually talking about the 10th day. From even to evening, from even unto even, meaning from night to night or from evening to evening, meaning that entire 24-hour period, that entire day, shall you celebrate your Sabbath. Let's go to Lamentations 2 and 19.
Lamentations chapter 2 and verse 19. It says, arise, carry out in the night.
Cry out in the night.
Arise, cry out in the night. In the beginning of the watches, pour out thine heart like waters before the face of the Lord. Lift up thy hands towards him for the life of thy young children that faint for hunger in the top of every street.
Okay, so he says, arise, cry out in the night, in the beginning of the watches. Because when you go through and you read, you find that, what do you call it? There were different watches for the people in the towers, the soldiers that were up in the watchtowers. They were put there to watch and warn Israel of an oncoming attack from our enemies. Okay, hold on. Let me get this. I'm going to share my screen real quick. We're going to go to the Smith's Bible Dictionary. So let me know when you can see that.
There it is.
All right. So Smith's Bible Dictionary. It says watches of night. Watches of night. The Jews, like the Greeks and Romans, divided the night into military watches instead of hours. Each watch representing the period for which sentinels or pickets remained on duty. The proper Jewish reckoning recognized only three such as watches, entitled the first or the beginning of the watches, the middle watch, and the morning watch. The morning watch. These would last respectively from sunset to 10 p.m., from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., and from 2 a.m. to sunrise. After the establishment of the Roman supremacy, the number of watches was increased to four, which were described either according to their numerical order, as in the case of the fourth watch, or by the terms even, midnight, cock crowing, and morning. These terminated respectively at 9 p.m., midnight, 3 a.m., and 6 a.m. So that's what the scriptures are talking about when it's talking about the watches. Okay. So there were three watches that Israel had. Again, the beginning of watches, the middle watch, and the morning watch. And the times were what? Sunset to 10 p.m., from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., and from 2 a.m. until sunrise. Those were the watches. So going back up to Lamentations 2 and 19.
You want me to read it again?
Yeah.
The book of Lamentations, chapter 2 and verse 19. Arise, cry unto the night. In the beginning of the watches, pour out thine heart like waters before the face of the Lord. Lift up thy hands towards him for the life of thy young children that faint for hunger in the top of every street.
So he says again, arise, cry out in the night, in the beginning of the watches, meaning what? The next day begins at night, in the beginning of the watches. Okay. Now, what you have happen now, this is, we've been talking about the fast, talking about the Day of Atonement of Leviticus 23:32. What you see happen is that sometimes people read in the scriptures that sometimes it interchanges the day, night. It might say night or day. Um, and sometimes people will take that and say, see, the morning starts in the day. But that's not what's going on. We're going to go to the book of Esther, chapter 4, verse 16, to corroborate the fast. That the fast was what? From evening to evening. So, Esther, chapter 4, and verse 16.
The book of Esther, chapter 4 and verse 16. Go gather together all the Jews that are present in Shushan, and fast ye for me, and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day.
Uh
I
huh.
also, what?
No, I was just saying, uh huh.
Night or day. I also and my maidens will fast likewise, and so will I go in unto the king, which is not according to the law. And if I perish, I perish.
So, if you know anything about the story of Esther, the fast that she's talking about right here is not talking about the Day of Atonement. She's just talking about, you know what? Fast for me. Don't eat or drink anything. Pray for me so that when she goes and presents herself before the king, because she knows that you're not supposed to go before the king without an invite. If you're not invited, you're not supposed to go and present yourself before the king. So she's like, you know what? I'm going to go do it anyway for my people. If I perish, I perish. But we want to get out of that. As she says, and fast ye for me, and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day. Night or day, showing that for those 3 days, from the evening to the next evening, from the evening to the next evening, from the evening to the next evening, that they shouldn't eat or drink anything, that they should be fasting for her. Just again, just to go precept upon precept again, to show that what? The day begins in the evening and it ends in the evening. It's not morning to morning. And we're going to show you later on why people get mixed up and believe that it's morning to morning, because there are a lot of precepts that interchanges. Sometimes it'll say day and night. It'll say the day first and then the night. Just because it flips and interchanges doesn't mean that that's when the day begins. And we'll get to that a little bit later on in the evening. All right. So, what we're going to get into now, it should be crystal clear that the day begins in the evening. Lord's will, as we went precept upon precept, it is crystal clear to you. Not our words, not us making it up, bringing clear and concise scriptures to prove what we just said. All right. So now, what we're going to go to is to show that the Most High created the celestial bodies in the sky to govern his calendar. We're going to show that each has its function in governing the calendar. All right. So we're going to go back to the beginning again. Let's go back to Genesis. We're going to go to Genesis 1 and we're going to go to verse 14 through 19.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years.
I'm going to stop you right there real quick. This is where confusion comes in Israel. This is where the confusion comes in. Read verse 14 again.
Verse 14 says, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years.
Who's listening carefully? What is missing from that? I'm just going to pause for a second to give anybody that watches this a second to think about it. He says to divide the reason he put these lights, these bodies, these celestial bodies in the sky is to divide the day from the night. And he said to let them be for signs and for seasons, for days and years. There's something missing from there that when you watch a lot of people teach, they're not even aware that it's missing. Have you figured it out yet? Months. It says nothing about the celestial bodies being put up there to be a sign for months. It says to divide the day from the night and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. It says nothing about months. Nothing about months. Something to think about. All right, let's go on. Read verse 15 through 19.
Verse 15, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
So the celestial bodies, the sun, which is the greater light, the moon, which is the lesser light, the stars, they were made for signs, for seasons, for days and years. So for those of you that are following the lunar Sabbath that uses Genesis 1 and 14, not realizing that you're actually cutting yourself because it says nothing about the celestial bodies being put in the heavens to determine months. It doesn't say it. It's not there. I'm not making it up. I'll read it again. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. It says nothing about months at all. And if you are following the lunar Sabbath, you're following the moon to determine your days, your weeks, your months, and your seasons. You're using the moon for everything. So, food for thought. So, what do we get out of this? Reading Genesis 1 and 14 through 19. We can see that the Most High created a 24-hour cycle. He divided it into 12 hours of night and 12 hours of day. 12 hours of night and 12 hours of day. How do we know this? By the very scripture that people are starting to use to try and say that the Sabbath is only 12 hours long because it was only from morning to evening. Let's go to John 11 and 9.
The book of John, chapter 11 and verse 9. Jesus answered, are there not 12 hours in the day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world.
So, what do we get out of this? Number one, that there's 12 hours in the day. So if there's 12 hours in the day, that means that there's what? 12 hours of the night. From evening till morning, 12 hours. From morning to evening, 12 hours. Full 24-hour cycle. That's what we should be getting out of John 11 and 9. Not that the Sabbath starts in the morning and ends in the evening because Christ said, are there not 12 hours in the day? You are completely misunderstanding what Christ is saying here. and what we're supposed to be getting out of this. Again, food for thought. That's why we got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. So, what I said a few minutes ago, that some people mistakenly believe that just because you may read some scriptures that may say day then night, that it means the 24-hour cycle begins in the morning. We cannot go by that assumption. The scriptures interchange day and night and day. It just happens. Why did the Most High do it? We don't know. He just does it. Sometimes he interchanges them, but that doesn't mean that that suddenly changes what was written in Genesis, that it went from evening to morning. It does not change that. The scripture sometimes interchanges day and night, night and day. It does not mean that the day suddenly begins in the morning. We're going to give you several examples. We're just going to fly through them where it interchanges. Sometimes it'll say night first, sometimes it'll say day first. But that does not in any way changes what was written in Genesis. But you have people out there teaching the morning that are taking these scriptures and running away with them and saying, see, there's a lot of scriptures out there that show you it says day. It says day first. We can't do that. Let's go to 1 Kings 8 and 29.
The book of First Kings, chapter 8 and verse 29. That thine eyes may be open towards this house night and day, even towards the place of which thou hast said, my name shall be there, that thou mayest hearken unto the prayer which thy servant shall make towards this place.
So it says that thine eyes may be open toward this house night and day. So he's following what Genesis says, night and day. Okay, but we're going to show you some scriptures where it's flipped. Let's go to Second Chronicles 6 and 20.
The book of Second Chronicles, chapter 6 and verse 20. That thine eyes may be open upon this house day and night, upon the place whereof thou hast said that thou wouldest put thy name there, to hearken unto prayer which thy servant prayed towards this place.
What just happened? This is the same instance, same situation that Solomon is praying to the Most High about this house that he just built for him. In 1 Kings 8 and 29, he said that thine eyes may be open toward this house night and day. But when you read the account in 2 Chronicles 6 and 20, it says that thine eyes may be open upon this house day and night. So does that mean just because it flipped to day and night first, does that suddenly mean that the day begins in the morning? It says day first. But you're reading the same account, the same situation, written two different ways. Just like when you read the Gospels, when you read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you may find subtle differences in the wording or in the way things are worded from Matthew to Mark, from Mark to Luke, from Luke to John. They may be talking about the same situation, but they're using different wording. In this instance, the words night and day got flipped. Why did the Most High have this done? We don't know. It was just done. But does that in any way dismiss what was written in Genesis, that the evening and the morning were the first day, the evening and the morning were the second day, the evening and the morning were the third day, the evening and the morning were the fourth day, the evening and the morning were the fifth day, the sixth day, seventh day? It does not discount that. And that's why we're going precept upon precept to show you that these things happened. And it in no way dismisses what was written in Genesis. Let's go to 1 Kings 8 and 59.
The book of First Kings, chapter 8 and verse 59. And it says, let these my words wherewith I have made supplications before the Lord be nigh unto the Lord our God, day and night, that he maintain the cause of his servant and the cause of his people Israel at all times, as the matter shall require.
Read that one more time.
Verse 59, it says, and let these my words wherewith I have made supplications before the Lord be night unto the Lord our God, day and night, that he maintain the cause of his servant and the cause of his people Israel at all times, as the matter shall require.
So you have people that now believe that the day begins at sunrise because they are reading scriptures like 1 Kings 8 and 59 and 2 Chronicles 6 and 20 that says the day first and then night, day and night, day and night. But we just showed you you can't follow that logic because in 1 Kings 8 and 29, 2 Chronicles 6 and 20, they're talking about the exact same instance, the exact same prayer, the exact same account where Solomon was praying about what? The Most High's eyes being open towards this house. In 1 Kings 8 and 29, it says night and day. In 2 Chronicles 6 and 20, it says day and night. It flipped. It's the same account. So we cannot use that logic that just because it says the word day first and then the word night, that it suddenly just dismisses the fact that Genesis is teaching us that the day begins in the evening. We're going to show you even more scriptures that flips it. Let's go to 1 Chronicles 9 and 33.
The book of First Chronicles, chapter 9 and verse 33. And these are the singers, chief of the fathers of the Levites, who remain in the chambers were free, for they were employed in that work day and night.
For they were employed in that work day and night. Go to Nehemiah 1 and 6.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 1 and verse 6. Let thine ear now be attentive, and thine eyes open, that thou mayest hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee now, day and night, for the children of Israel thy servant, and confess the sins of the children of Israel, which we have sinned against thee. Both I and my father's house have sinned.
Let's go to Nehemiah 4 and 9. There you're going to find there are a lot of scriptures where it got flipped, where instead of saying night and day, it says day and night. But does that dismiss what was written in Genesis? No, it does not.
Nehemiah chapter 4 and verse 9. Nevertheless, we made our prayer unto our God and set a watch against them day and night because of them.
So it says we set a watch against them day and night. We already read that the watches start when? The beginning of the watch is at evening. So just because it got flipped and says day and night here does not discount what is written in Genesis that the day begins in the evening. Let's go to Job 26 and 10.
The book of Job chapter 26 and verse 10. He had compassed the waters with bounds until the day and night come to an end.
Until the day and night come to an end. That does not suddenly just change that the day begins in the evening. Let's go to Psalms 1 and 2.
The book of Psalms chapter 1 and verse 2. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night.
Now, does that suddenly just discount the fact that the day begins in the evening? No. Why does it get flipped? Why is he saying the day first? We don't know. Just like, excuse me, just like we just read in the account of um, with Solomon, that in one instance it says night and day, in the other instance it says day and night. We don't know why the Most High maybe it's just for I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even going to try and speculate on it. It's just it is. You know what I mean? He just did it because he can. Let's go to Psalms 19 and 2.
The book of Psalms, chapter 19 and verse 2. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge.
So why did we throw this one in there? Because here's another one, day unto day. Does that mean, oh, wait, that means the day the Sabbath starts in the day. The day begins in the morning. See, it says day to day. But it also says night unto night. Hopefully you get my drift. Let's go to some New Testament scriptures. Let's go to Mark 5 and 5.
The book of Mark, chapter 5 and verse 5. And always, night and day, he was in the mountains and in the tombs, crying and cutting himself with stones.
On always night and day. Let's go to Luke 2 and 37.
The book of Luke, chapter 2 and verse 37. And she was a widow of about 84 years, which departed not from the temple, but served God with fastings and prayers night and day.
So we see in Mark 5 and 5, it says night and day. We see in Luke 2 and 37, night and day. But let's go to Luke 18 and 7.
The book of Luke, chapter 18 and verse 7. And shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him, though he bear long with them?
So we just read in a couple of New Testament scriptures where it said night and day. Now we're looking at Luke 18 and 7 where it was flipped. It says day and night. Does that suddenly just disregard the fact that Genesis teaches that the day begins in the evening? No, it does not. But that's what you have certain Israelite camps and leaders doing, making a whole doctrine just because they read a few precepts that says day first instead of night first. Let's go to John 9 and 4.
The book of John, chapter 9 and verse 4. I must work the works of him that sent me. Well, it is day, the night cometh when no man can work.
So you have people that take this and say, you see, no man can work at night. How could the day start in the evening? Didn't we actually know we haven't got there yet? We're going to get to a precept later on that will clarify what John 9 and 4 is talking about. That men go to work when? In the daytime. We'll get to that in Psalms. I believe it's Psalms 104. We get to that. Actually, it's the next precept.
There you
All
go.
praise. It's the next precept. So John 9 and 4, I must work the works of him that sent me while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. And they say, you see, that's because the Sabbath is morning to morning. It's in the morning time. No man can't work. Let's go to Psalms 104 and 20 through 23.
The book of Psalms, chapter 104 and verse 20. Thou makest darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from God. The sun arises, they gather themselves together, and lay them down in their dens. Man goeth forth unto his work, and to his labor until the evening.
Okay, so thou makest darkness and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forward. We're going to break this down more later on in the lesson. It says, the young lions roar after their prey and seek their meat from God. The sun ariseth, they gather themselves together and lay them down in their dens. Man goeth forth into his work, into his labor until the evening. All this is telling us in Psalms 104 and 20 through 23, in John 9 and 4, is that men typically work in what? The daytime, where you can see. We're not nocturnal, where we can see at night in the darkness. But does that mean that there weren't people that worked at night? Didn't we just read a little bit ago that there were men standing up in the watchtowers watching in the evening? The soldiers, weren't they working at night? So we got to be careful of when we read scriptures and not jumping to conclusions, because there are people that are reading John 9 and 4 and using that to say that the day begins in the morning, that the Sabbath begins in the morning, that the Sabbath is morning to morning. We're going to break down Psalms 104 and 20 and 20 through 23 later on in the lesson, because there's something else that we want you to get out of that. But for right now, we're just trying to show and prove that just because you see the day and night, the night and day gets interchanged throughout the scriptures does not discount the fact that Genesis 1 teaches that the day begins from evening to evening. Let's go to Sirach 38 and 27.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 38.
38,
38, 27. Yeah, 38 and verse 27. So every carpenter and workmaster that laboreth night and day, and they that cut and grave seals, and are diligent to make great
variety.
varieties, and give themselves to counterfeit images, and watch to finish a work.
Okay, so now we just read John 9 and 4, where Christ said, I must work the works of him that sent me while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. Is Christ being a liar right now? Or is he teaching us a lesson? Because people take a lot of the things that Christ said and they take it out of context. They take it verbatim sometimes, when sometimes he was just teaching us a parable. He was just teaching us in similitudes as he does. He was trying to teach us a lesson. Because in Sirach 38, 27, it says, so every carpenter and workmaster that laboreth night and day. Is Christ being a liar right now? Are the scriptures contradicting each other right now? Because it says that carpenters and workmasters, they labor night and day. But Christ just said, the night cometh when no man can work. Use common sense, man. That's all we're trying to say. We got to use some common sense when you read the scriptures.
Right.
Let's go to Judges 19:16.
The book of Judges, chapter 19 and verse 16. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field at evening, which was also of Mount Ephraim, and he sojourned in Gebeth. But the men of the place were Benjamites.
Okay, so put this in here to show that, yeah, typically men worked in the daytime, and then when the sun went down, they came from what? They stopped their work. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field at even. Typically, you notice I'm saying typically, that's what happens. Even in today's modern times, the majority of the people that work in the day, and they're off and they get home before the evening. Does that mean that goes for everybody? Don't police officers work at night? Don't doctors and nurses work graveyard shift at night? Uh, um, People that work in corrections, don't they work at night? Ambulance drivers, don't they work at night? The paramedics, the firemen, firewomen, don't they work at night? You have people that work at in factories, don't they work at night? They have graveyard shifts. You could go on and on. It was no different back then. Typically, people worked from the morning to the evening, but that didn't mean that everybody worked that time because, like I said, we had guards standing up in the towers at night. Wasn't that their job? Wasn't that their profession to stand up there and keep watch at night?
Mm-hmm.
So did that go for everybody? No, it did not. That's what we say. Just use common sense. Let's go to Acts 20 and 31.
The book of Acts, chapter 20 and verse 31. Therefore, watch and remember that by the space of 3 years I cease not to warn everyone night and day with tears.
Night and day with tears. This is in the book of Acts. But let's go to Acts 26 and 7, and you're going to find that it's been flipped.
The book of Acts, chapter 26 and verse 7. Unto which promise our 12 tribes instantly serve God day and night, hope to come, for which hope's sake, King Agrippa, I am accused of the Jews.
So it says day and night, instantly serving God day and night. And then they say, you see, that's because on the Sabbath day, we started serving on the Sabbath in the daytime in the morning, and then it went to the evening, and then the next day in the morning was the next. No, that's not how it works. Let's go to 1 Thessalonians 2 and 9.
The book of 1 Thessalonians, chapter 2 and verse 9. For ye remember, brethren, our labor and travail, for laboring night and day, because we would not be chargeable unto any of you. We preach unto you the gospel of God.
So he says, for you remember, brethren, our labor and travail for laboring night and day. That means they were working night and day. Right? Let's go to 1 Thessalonians 3 and 10.
1 Thessalonians chapter 3 and verse 10. Night and day, praying exceedingly that we might see your face and might perfect that which is lacking in your faith.
Night and day. Let's go to 1 Thessalonians 5 and 5.
1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 5. Ye are all the children of light and the children of the day. And the children of the day, we are not of night nor of darkness.
We are not of the night nor of darkness. Does that have anything to do with, he says we're children of the day. So does that suddenly mean that the day begins in the morning? Because man goes to work in the daytime, we're children of the day. We're not of the night nor of darkness. There's no way the day can begin in the evening. But you have people using precepts like this to say that. Let's go to 1 Timothy 5 and 5.
The book of 1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 5. Now, she that is a widow indeed and desolate trusteth in God and continueth in supplication and prayer night and day.
Read it one more time.
Now, she that is a widow indeed and desolate trusteth in God and continueth in supplication and prayer night and day.
Night and day. Let's go to 2 Timothy 1 and 3.
The book of 2 Timothy chapter 1 and verse 3. I thank God, whom I serve from my forefathers with pure conscience, that without ceasing I have remembrance of thee in my prayers night and day.
Night and day again. Let's go to Revelation 7 and 15.
The book of Revelation chapter 7 and verse 15. Therefore are they before the throne of God, and serve him day and night in his temple, and he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them.
So let's go to Revelation 12 and 10. So you can see it should be clear now that throughout the scriptures, the words day and night, night and day is just interchanged. We don't know why it's done. It's just done.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12, and verse 10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation, and strengthen and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ, for the cause of
The
our
accuser,
accusers of our brethren is cast down,
which accused them.
which accuseth them before our God day and night.
It says, and I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now has come salvation and strength in the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ, for the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. Does that mean that the day suddenly begins at daytime in the morning? No, it does not. So now we have to ask ourselves, we accept this part of Genesis 1 and 1 through 31 that he created the day and that he created the day to begin at even. We have to also accept that he created the 7-day week also. Because there are some people that are claiming that when he created the 7 days, with the seventh day being the Sabbath, no, he wasn't creating the week because they're following the lunar Sabbath. He was creating the work week, which we'll get into in the next lesson, which will deal with the week. Today, we're dealing with the day. But I just wanted to throw that in there that if you accept that he created the day, meaning that the day begins from evening to evening, and he created the 7-day work week also. He made the work day, he made the work week, which is separate from our monthly calendar and yearly calendar, which we will, at the end of all of this, and you see the full calendar put together, it becomes crystal clear. No lunar calendar, no lunar Sabbath. Okay. Um, let's go to Revelation 20 and 10.
The book of Revelation, chapter 20 and verse 10. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophets are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever.
So again, it was changed day and night. Let's go to Judith 11 and 17.
Judah. The book of Judith, chapter 11 and verse 17. And it says, for thy servant is religious and serveth the God of heaven day and night. Now therefore, my Lord, I will remain with thee, and thy servant will go out by night into the valley, and I will pray unto God, and he will tell me when they have committed their sins.
So again, got changed. It says, for thy servant is religious and serveth the God of heaven day and night. Again, does that discount the fact that the day begins in the evening? No, it doesn't. Let's get one more. And I think we should have driven, driven the point home that just because you see day and night interchange does not mean that it discounts the fact that the day starts in the evening or begins in the evening. So going to Second Ezra 9 and 44.
The book of Second Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 44. In those 30 years, I did nothing else day and night, and every hour, but make my prayers to the highest.
So again, day and night. So like I said, Lord's will, the point's been driven home that the day begins in the evening, ends in the evening. That just because you see that the words day and night get interchanged throughout the scriptures, in no way discounts the fact that in the beginning, the Most High made the day to begin in the evening. You cannot use that logic, but that's what some people are doing. And we want to be careful of that. If you don't believe us, go back again when you rewatch the video, watch it, read the precepts, and put it all together. Um, so the next thing we're going to deal with is another word that people use and get confused by in the scriptures when it comes to morning and the evening to evening, whether the Sabbath starts in the morning, whether the day starts in the morning, what have you, is when the scripture talks about the word tomorrow or the word morrow or on the morrow. Some people take these words and misunderstand what the Bible means on the morrow or tomorrow. And again, that's how this doctrine of morning to morning came about, because people took some of these scriptures that mentions tomorrow or on the morrow and says that it only means tomorrow only means daytime. What we're going to find as we go precept upon precept that that's not the case. Tomorrow could mean tomorrow at any time. I could say tomorrow at evening, tomorrow in the daytime, tomorrow at noon, tomorrow at 1 a.m., tomorrow at 2 p.m., tomorrow at 5 p.m., 5 a.m. Tomorrow could be anytime, or on the morrow could be at any time. That's what we're going to show right now, because we've seen people that are teaching the morning to morning doctrine that they've used this argument of on the morrow to try and justify the morning to morning doctrine. And you can't do that. All right, so let's start with Exodus 16:23.
The book of wait a minute, any sense. Here we go. The book of Exodus, chapter 16 and verse 23. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord, I'm going to read it again. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said, tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake today, and see that ye will seed, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
So there are people that read this and they say, you see, and he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which you bake today, and see that you will seed, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they say, see, it says tomorrow. It's talking about in the morning. The morning is tomorrow. When anytime it says tomorrow, it's talking about tomorrow. It's talking about the morning. The Sabbath begins in the morning. It's not what it's talking about. Let's go to Exodus 18 and 13.
The book of Exodus, chapter 18 and verse 13. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moses from the morning unto evening.
So sometimes you will actually see the word tomorrow, and sometimes you will see it written as on the morrow, as you read in Exodus 18:13. And it came to pass on the morrow, meaning the next day or tomorrow, that Moses sat to judge the people. And the people stood by Moses from the morning unto the evening. And see, they say, you see, it was from the morning to the evening. It's morning to morning. which you cannot use that logic. You can't use that. Let's go to Judges 19 and 9. We've read this earlier, but we're going to read it again.
The book of Judges, chapter 19 and verse 9. And when the man rose up to depart, he and his concubine and his servant, his father-in-law, the damsel's father, said unto him, Behold, now the day draweth toward evening. I pray you tarry all night. Behold, the day groweth to an end. Lodge here, that thy heart may be merry. And tomorrow get you early your way, that thou mayest go home.
So he says, and tomorrow get you early on your way. Now, we already used this precept to prove that the day begins in the evening. Okay. But he says, and tomorrow get you early on your way, that thou mayest go home. Just because he says tomorrow, does that mean that tomorrow only means the morning time? Tomorrow, talk about the daytime. It's on the morrow, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow can mean anytime. We're just going to use a lot of different scriptures that use the words tomorrow and on the morrow, and we're going to show that tomorrow can mean any time. Let's go to Judges 21 and 4.
Book of Judges, chapter 21 and verse 4. And it came to pass on the morrow that the people rose early and built there an altar and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings.
So, and it came to pass on the morrow, meaning the next day or tomorrow, that the people rose early and built there an altar and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. Let's go to 1 Samuel 5 and 3 through 4. We're just going to go through these pretty quick because, we're just trying to use these as an example to make a point about this tomorrow and on the morrow argument that people use to justify the morning doctrine. Go ahead.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 5 and verse 3. It says, and when they of Ashdod arose early on the morrow, behold, Dagon was fallen up on his face to the earth before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon and set him in his way again.
In his place again?
In his place again. And when they arose early on the morrow morning, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the ground before the ark of the Lord. And the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold. Only the stumps of Dagon was left to him.
Okay, so again, it says in verse 3, Ashdod arose early on the morrow. Verse 4 says, and when they arose early on the morrow morning. Morrow, tomorrow, it could be morning, it could be evening, it could be any time. We're just using these precepts to show that there's a lot of precepts that uses the word tomorrow and uses the words on the morrow. Let's go to 1 Samuel 11 and 9.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 11, verse 9. And they said unto the messengers, that came, thus shall ye say unto the men of the Jabesh Gilead,
the Jabesh Gilead.
Jabesh Gilead, tomorrow by that time the sun be hot, ye shall have help. And the messengers came and showed it to the men of Jabesh, and they were glad.
So it says, and they said unto the messengers that came, thus shall ye say unto the men of Jabesh Gilead, tomorrow by that time the sun be hot. By that time, tomorrow. What time? Whatever the time that they had established. The sun should be hot at that time. Does that just mean that just because it's tomorrow in the daytime that means the day begins in the morning? No. Let's go to 1 Samuel 11 and 11.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 11 and verse 11. And it was so on the morrow that Saul put the people in 3 companies, and they came into the midst of the host in the morning watch, and slew the Ammonites until the heat of the day. And it came to pass, the day which remained were scattered, so that two of them were not left together.
So it says, and it was so on the morrow that Saul put the people in three companies, and they came into the midst of the host in the morning watch, and slew the Ammonites until the heat of the day. And it came to pass that they which remained were scattered, so that two of them were not left together. So it was so on the morrow, meaning the next day. What did he do? He came into the midst of the host in the morning watch, which means that it was still what? It was still somewhat dark. On the morrow, it was still somewhat dark during the morning watch. And he what? He slew the Ammonites until the heat of the day. The morrow could be any time. It could be any tomorrow, like I said, tomorrow at noon, tomorrow at 5, tomorrow at 6 p.m., 6 a.m. You cannot use that logic. Let's go to 1 Samuel 19 and 11.
The book of First Samuel, chapter 19 and verse 11. Saul also sent messengers unto David's house to watch him and to slay him in the morning. And Michal, David's wife,
Michelle,
told
Michelle.
and Michelle, David's wife, told him, saying, If thou save not thy life tonight, tomorrow thou shalt be slain.
So this is David's wife speaking to him, right? 1 Samuel 19:11. It says, Saul also sent messengers unto David's house to watch him and to slay him in the morning. And Michal, David's wife, told him, saying, If thou save not thy life tonight, tomorrow thou shalt be slain. And they say, You see, it's talking about tomorrow morning. It says, Slay him in the morning. And she says, Tomorrow, meaning tomorrow morning, you're going to get slain. You see, the morrow or tomorrow is talking about the morning because the day begins in the morning. That's what we've seen people say. We've heard them say, we watched their videos, and they try and use this tomorrow and on the morrow to prove their point that the Sabbath is from morning to morning because the day begins in the morning. Can't use that logic. We got to be very, very careful. Let's go to the book of First Samuel, chapter 20 and verse 1. You're going to read all the way through verse 42. We got to do some reading in this right here.
All right. The book of First Samuel, chapter 20 and verse 1. And David fled from Naioth in Ramah, and came and said before Jonathan, What have I done? What is my iniquity? And what is my sin before thy father, that he seeketh my life? And he said unto him, God forbid, thou shalt not die. Behold, my father will do nothing bitter, greater, or smaller, but that he will show it me. And why should my father hide this thing from me? It is not so. And David swore moreover and said, Thy father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in thine eyes. And he said, Let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved. But truly, as the Lord liveth, and as the soul liveth, there is but a step between me and death. Then said Jonathan unto David, Whatsoever thy soul desireth, I will even do it for thee. And David said unto Jonathan, Behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I shall not fail to sit with the king at meat. But let me go, that I may hide myself in the field unto the third day at evening. If thy father at all miss me, then say, David earnestly asked leave of me that he might run to Bethlehem, his city, for there is a yearly sacrifice there for all the families. If he say thus, it is well, thy servant shall have peace. But if he be very wroth, then be sure the evil is determined by him. Therefore thou shalt deal kindly with thy servant, for thou hast brought thy servant into a covenant of the Lord with thee. Notwithstanding, if there be in my iniquity, slay me thyself, for why shouldest thou bring me to thy father? And Jonathan said, far be it for thee. For if I knew certainly that evil were determined by my father to come upon thee, then would not I tell it thee? Then said David to Jonathan, who shall tell me? Or what if thy father answer thee roughly? And Jonathan said unto David, come, let us go out into the field. And they went out both them into the field. And Jonathan said unto David, O Lord God of Israel, when I have sounded my father about tomorrow, any time, or the third day, and behold, if there be good toward David, and I then send unto thee and show it to thee, the Lord do so and much more to Jonathan. But if it please my father to do thee evil, then I will show it to thee and send thee away, that thou mayest go in peace, and the Lord be with thee, as he had been with my father. And thou shalt not only while yet alive show me the kindness of the Lord, that I die not, but also thou shalt not cut off the kindness from thy house forever. No, not when the Lord had cut off the enemies of David, every one from the face of the earth. So Jonathan made a covenant with the house of David, saying, let the Lord even require it at the hand of David's enemies. And Jonathan caused David to swear again, because he loved him, for he loved him as he loved his own soul. Then Jonathan said to David, tomorrow is the new moon, and thou shalt be missed, because thy seed will be empty. And when thou hast stayed 3 days, then thou shalt go down quickly and come to the place where thou didst hide thyself when the business was in hand, and shall remain by the stone Ezel. And I will shoot 3 arrows on the side thereof, as though I shot at a mark. And behold, I will send a lad, saying, go find out the arrows. If I expressly say unto the lad, behold, the arrows are on the side of thee, take them. Then come thou, for there is peace to thee, and no hurt, as the Lord liveth. But if I say thus unto the young man, behold, the arrows are beyond thee, go thy way, for the Lord hath sent thee away. And as touching the matter which thou and I have spoken of, behold, the Lord be between thee and me forever. So David himself in thy so David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon was come, the king sat him down to eat meat. And the king sat upon his seat as the other times, even upon a seat by the wall. And Jonathan arose, Abner sat by Saul's side, and David's place was empty. Nevertheless, Saul spake not anything that day, for he thought something had befallen him. He is not clean. Surely he is not clean. And it came to pass on the morrow, which was second day of the month, that David's place was empty. And Saul said unto Jonathan his son, wherefore cometh not the son of Jesse to meet neither yesterday nor today? And Jonathan answered Saul, David earnestly asked leave of me to go to Bethlehem. And he said, let me go, I pray thee, for our family had a sacrifice in the city, and my brother, he had commanded me to be there. And now, if I have found favor in thy eyes, let me get away and pray thee and see my brethren. Therefore he cometh not unto the king's table. Then Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan, and he said unto him, thou son of the perverse, rebellious woman, do not I know that thou hast chosen the son of Jesse to thine own confusion, and unto the confusion of thy mother's nakedness? For as long as the son of Jesse liveth upon the ground, thou shalt not be established, nor thy kingdom. Wherefore now send and fetch him unto me, for he shall surely die. And and Jonathan answered Saul his father and said unto him, wherefore shall he be slain? What had he done? And Saul cast a javelin at him to smite him, whereby Jonathan knew that it was determined on his father to slay David. So Jonathan arose from the table in fierce anger, and did eat no meat the second day of the month, for he was grieved for David, because his father had done him shame. And it came to pass in the morning that Jonathan went out unto the field at the time appointed with David, and a little lad with him. And he said unto him, Lad, run, find out now the arrows which I shot. And as the lad ran, he shot an arrow beyond him. And when the lad was come to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot, Jonathan cried after the lad and said, Is not the arrow beyond thee? And Jonathan cried after the lad, Mark speed,
Make
haste,
speed.
uh, to the lad, make speed, haste, stay not. And Jonathan's lad gathered up the arrows and came to his matter,
His
but
master.
the to his master. But the lad knew not anything. Only Jonathan and David knew the matter. And Jonathan gave his artillery unto his lad, and said unto him, Go carry them to the city. And as soon as the lad was gone, David arose out of a place towards the south, and fell on his face to the ground, and bowed himself 3 times. And they kissed one another, and wept one with another, until David exceeded. And Jonathan said to David, Go in peace, for as much as we have sworn both of us in the name of the Lord, saying, The Lord be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed forever. And he arose and departed, and Jonathan went into the city.
Okay, so that's a lot to read. So the things that we want to get out of this whole passage is what was going on with David being in the field. Now, we're not going to go through, and because some people are using this to try and justify the lunar Sabbath. Let's go to verse 5. It says that David said unto Jonathan, Behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I should not fail to sit with the king at meat, but let me go, that I may hide myself in the field until the third day at even. Some people are taking this passage and using it to try and justify the lunar Sabbath. Okay, we'll get into that in some of the other lessons. Right now, we're dealing with the day, and right now, we're just proving about the tomorrow. He says, Tomorrow is the new moon. All this is telling us is that tomorrow is the new month, the beginning of the new month. There are times in the scriptures where the word new moon is being used, and it's not talking about us following the moon for our seasons. It's just simply telling us that the new month is coming in. And because the word month has the same word or name as moon, because the month was named after the moon, people are taking that and running with it, which we did back then, following the other nations and celebrating the new moon, celebrating the moon, which was actually us following the other nations and following moon gods, which we'll get into later in some of the other lessons in detail about these moon gods that we were following behind the other nations. That's how we got into following the moon, which we were not supposed to be doing. Let's go to verse 12. It says, And Jonathan said unto David, O Lord God of Israel, when I have sounded my father about tomorrow, any time, or the third day, and behold, if there be good toward David, and I then sin not unto thee, and show it thee. The point that I wanted to get out of all this whole thing is the fact that tomorrow, like I said earlier, or on the morrow, could mean any time. And we read through this to prove the point that I made, because I had made that statement that tomorrow could mean any time. There is a precept, there is a scripture that proves what I said, that tomorrow could mean any time. Let me read it again. 1 Samuel 20 and 12. And Jonathan said unto David, O Lord God of Israel, when I have sounded my father about tomorrow, any time, or the third day. And behold, if there be good toward David, and I then sin not unto thee, and show it thee. Because remember, it's already the new moon, the new month, or the new moon as it's being called. He's saying tomorrow, anytime, or the third day, meaning tomorrow, anytime could be the second day at any time or the third day. Let's go to verse 18. It says, Then Jonathan said to David, Tomorrow is the new moon, which is actually just telling us tomorrow is the new month. It's the beginning of the month, the beginning of the new month. And thou shalt be missed because thy seat will be empty. And it came to pass on, actually, I'm sorry. So that's verse 18. Tomorrow is the new moon. Let's go to verse 27. Dropping down to verse 27. It says, And it came to pass on the morrow, which was the second day of the month, that David's place was empty. And Saul said unto Jonathan, his son, Wherefore cometh not the son of Jesse to meet, neither yesterday nor today? So on the morrow is talking about tomorrow, which was what? The second day of the month. And that tomorrow, as we read in verse 12, where it says, when I have sounded my father about tomorrow, anytime. Tomorrow could be anytime. On the morrow can mean any time. That's the point that we're trying to make. Because there are people that are taking these words, the tomorrow and on the morrow, and misunderstanding that just because the majority of the scriptures say on the morrow in the morning or tomorrow morning, to say that, oh, you see, it's morning to morning because tomorrow means the morning. We cannot use that logic. Let's go to 1 Kings 19 and 2.
The book of First Kings, chapter 19 and verse 2. Then Jezebel sent a messenger unto Elijah, saying, So let the gods to do to me, and more also, if I make not thy life as the life of one of them by tomorrow about this time.
It says by tomorrow about this time. Tomorrow can mean any time. Go to 1 Kings 20 and 6.
The book of First Kings, chapter 20 and verse 6. Yet I will send my servant unto thee tomorrow about this time, and they shall search thine house and the house of thy servant, and it shall be that whatsoever is placed in thine eyes, they shall put it in their hand and take it away.
So he says, Yet I will send my servants unto thee tomorrow about this time. Just showing there's other scriptures that show that tomorrow about this time or tomorrow at that time. Tomorrow can mean any time. It could be nighttime. It could be daytime. Let's go to 2 Kings 6 and 28.
2 Kings, chapter 6 and verse 28. And the king said unto her, What aileth thee?
Or what
And
aileth thee?
what aileth thee? And she answered, This woman said unto me, Give thy son, that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow.
So she's saying that we may eat him today and we will eat my son tomorrow. Tomorrow. Tomorrow at what time? Are they going to eat him tomorrow morning? They're going to eat him tomorrow at noon? They're going to eat him tomorrow in the evening? They're going to eat him tomorrow at 12 midnight? What time are we going to eat him? Tomorrow could mean any time. Let's go to 2 Kings 7 and 1.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 7 and verse 1. Then Elijah said her, Ye the words of the Lord, thus said the Lord, tomorrow about this time shall a messenger of fine flour be
So I
sold,
measured.
a measure of fine flour be sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel in the gate of Samaria.
So it's just saying again, tomorrow about this time. See, tomorrow could about, okay, it's about noon right now. So tomorrow about this time, we'll go out to camp. If I were to say something like that, tomorrow about this time, we'll go have dinner. We'll go sit down and have dinner. Tomorrow could be anytime. If it was midnight right now and I said, tomorrow about this time, we're going to go to bed at about the same time. What does it say? It's just saying tomorrow. It's just saying the next day. It has nothing to do with regulating the day beginning in the morning. It doesn't, you know what I mean? It's just, it's sad that we have to go through it this much in detail with so many precepts just to prove the point. But we have to, because we got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. There are many precepts that say the same thing. But just because it says it doesn't mean that it changes or dismisses the fact that the day begins in the evening. Let's go to 2 Kings 10 and 6.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 10 and verse 6. Then he wrote a letter the second time to them, saying, If ye be mine, and if ye will hearken unto my voice, take ye the heads of the men, your master's sons, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow this time. Now the king's sons, being 70 persons, were with the great men of the city, which brought them up.
So again, by tomorrow this time, there are many precepts that say the same thing, but that does not in no way dismiss the fact that the day begins in the evening. Let's go to Proverbs 27 and 1.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 27 and verse 1. Boast not thyself tomorrow, for thou knowest not what the day bringeth forth.
So it says, boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth. So tomorrow can mean tomorrow in the day. Tomorrow could mean in the evening, or tomorrow could just mean any time of the day or the evening, as this is saying here. Boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth. Just meaning a typical day, a day. We got to be careful of these things. Let's go to Isaiah 56 and 12.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 56 and verse 12. Come ye, say they, I will fetch wine, and we will fill ourselves with strong drink. And tomorrow shall be as this day, and much more abundant.
So it's saying tomorrow shall be as this day. It's just using day and what is in general, is a generality. This day and much more abundant. Tomorrow shall be as this day. Tomorrow, on the morrow, we're going to grab some New Testament scriptures real quick to show that even in the New Testament, it still used the same words, tomorrow or on the morrow. And in most cases, it says tomorrow sometime that this day or tomorrow about this time. Tomorrow could be any time. It could be daytime. It could be nighttime. Let's go to Luke 13 and 32 through 33.
The book of Luke, chapter 13 and verse 32. And he said unto them, Go ye and tell that fox, Behold, I cast out devils, and I do curses today and tomorrow, and the third day I shall be perfected. Nevertheless, I must walk today and tomorrow and the day following, for it cannot be that a prophet perish out of Jerusalem.
So he's just talking about tomorrow. Doesn't change the fact of when the day begins. We got to stop doing it. Let's go to Acts 4 and 5.
The book of Acts, chapter 4 and verse 5. And it came to pass on the morrow that their rulers and their elders and scribes.
That's it. Okay.
Yep.
So again, just using the same wording as you read in the Old Testament. Tomorrow, on the morrow, let's go to Acts 10 and 9. You read these words all throughout the scriptures. It does not negate the fact that the day begins in the evening. Go ahead and read when you got it.
The book of Acts, chapter 10 and verse 9. On the morrow, as they went on their journey and drew nigh unto the city, Peter went up upon the housetops to pray about the sixth hour.
So what does it say about tomorrow? Read that again.
On the morrow, as they went on their journey and drew nigh unto the city, Peter went up upon the housetop to pray about the sixth hour.
So on the morrow, just meaning the next day. That's all it simply means. On the morrow, the next day is when they did. Let's go to Acts 20 and 7.
The book of Acts, chapter 20 and verse 7. And upon the first day of the week, when the disciples came together to break bread, Paul preached unto them, ready, ready to depart on the morrow, and continue his speech until midnight.
So ready to depart on the morrow, meaning ready to depart the next day. That's simply all on the morrow means. Tomorrow, on the morrow, means the next day. Let's go to Acts 23 and 20.
The book of Acts, chapter 23 and verse 20. And he said, the Jews have agreed to desire thee that thou wouldest bring down Paul tomorrow into the council, as though they would inquire somewhat of him more perfectly.
So tomorrow, just meaning tomorrow, the next day. On the morrow, the next day. It's all it simply means. Has nothing to do with the day beginning in the morning or the Sabbath beginning in the morning. It's crystal clear. This day begins at evening. The Sabbath begins at evening. Let's go to Acts 25 and 17 through 22.
The book of Acts, chapter 25 and verse 17. Therefore, when they were come hither without any delay on the morrow, I sat on the judgment seat and commanded the man to be brought forth, against whom, when the accuser stood up, they brought none accusations of such things as I supposed, but had certain questions against him of their own superstitions, and of one Jesus, which was dead, whom Paul affirmed to be alive. And because I doubted of such manner of questions, I asked him whether he would go to Jerusalem and there be judged of these matters. But when Paul had appealed to be served unto the hearing of Augustus, I commanded him to be kept till a might send him to Caesar. Then Agrippa said unto Festus, I would also hear the man myself. Tomorrow, said he, thou shalt hear him.
So he says, tomorrow, said he, thou shalt hear him. Actually, let me read verse 23. And on the morrow, meaning the next day, when Agrippa was come, and Bernice with great pomp, and was entered into the place of hearing with the chief captains and principal men of the city, at Festus's commandment, Paul was brought forth. So all the word tomorrow means is the next day. All the word on the morrow means is the next day. On the morrow, meaning the next day. That's all it simply means. But you've got people that are reading these precepts and changing doctrine and saying that this is saying that the day begins in the morning, because the majority of the scriptures that you read say tomorrow in the day, or tomorrow day, tomorrow the day, tomorrow morning. But they didn't search the scriptures diligently enough. Because you got to ask yourself a question, because I've been saying this whole time that tomorrow could mean tomorrow night, tomorrow could mean tomorrow day, tomorrow could mean tomorrow evening, tomorrow morning. Is there a scripture that backs up what I said, that tomorrow can mean tomorrow night? We've been showing you a bunch of scriptures that have given, different times, but the majority of them was talking about tomorrow morning, tomorrow day. Let's go to the book of 2nd Ezra 10 and 58. They didn't search the scriptures diligently enough to get the understanding that tomorrow could mean any time, including tomorrow night.
Right.
Read what you got.
The book of Second Ezra, chapter 10 and verse 58. But tomorrow at night
Wait,
thou shalt
tomorrow at what?
at night
But tomorrow at night, read.
thou shalt remain here.
So, yeah, there is a scripture that backs up what we're saying. That tomorrow could mean tomorrow night. You're taking on the morrow, and the fact that the scripture says tomorrow, and a lot of the scripture says tomorrow day, tomorrow morning, on the morrow in the morning, and changing doctrine to say that tomorrow or on the morrow means that the day begins in the morning, you're in error. And we're just bringing this out to show you that you're in error, and Lord's will, you can see that and repent from it. Acknowledge, you know what, man, I was wrong about this morning to morning doctrine thing, and go away from it. Because we're clearly showing you here that there is a precept in the scriptures that clearly tells us that tomorrow could also mean tomorrow night. Read it one more time.
But tomorrow at night thou shalt remain here.
So we had to go through all those other scriptures that said tomorrow morning, tomorrow in the day, tomorrow at this time, tomorrow at that time, tomorrow at noon, because we know there are a lot of precepts in the scriptures that give a lot of vague uh, wording as far as what tomorrow is. Because tomorrow could be any time. On the morrow could be any time, including tomorrow at night. Lord's will, that's crystal clear. Second Ezra 10 and 58 clearly proves, but tomorrow at night thou shalt remain here. So you cannot use that argument that tomorrow means tomorrow morning, or tomorrow's only talking about the daytime. Tomorrow's talking about, light. Tomorrow can mean tomorrow day, tomorrow night, tomorrow anytime, or on the morrow anytime. That argument, Lord's will, should now be completely just shut down. And it's not our words, it's in the scriptures. That's why we got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, so that we can get the full understanding. The day does not begin in the morning. All right. So with that, we're going to move on, continuing with dealing with the day. We're going to deal with these lights now, because we went in to Genesis 1 and 14 through 19 to show that he created these lights in the sky to serve for signs, seasons, days, and years. And we pointed out the fact, if you would look closely, that it doesn't say nothing about the months. So let's go back to Genesis 1 and 14 through 19.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
So he made these lights. In verse 16, it says, and God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. So we're going to deal with the great light first, and then we'll get to the lesser light. So we got to ask ourselves the question number one, because people are saying that we're supposed to use the moon to govern our seasons. Do you really think that the Most High is going to use the lesser light to govern our seasons and our calendar? Something as important as our seasons and our calendar, which determines what? Our high holy days. Is he going to use because we call him God Almighty, right? He's the Almighty God. Are we going to follow the lesser gods? So why would he give us the lesser light to follow and govern our times instead of the greater light? We've got to ask ourselves these questions. So what is the greater light? The great light was what? It's the sun. Obviously. Why was the sun created? As the scripture says, to give light upon the earth, to rule the day, to divide the light from the darkness, to be a sign, to serve as a timepiece for what? Minutes, hours, days, and years. And we're going to get to that later on about the minutes, because when we read the scriptures, we find that King Ahaz had a sundial. So if we were following the moon, why would we have a sundial in Israel? Which, when you go back and you read about the Most High making, we're going to get to it in this lesson, about the Most High making the sun go backwards to make the shadow of the sundial go in reverse. You got to ask yourself the question, why do we even have a sundial to begin with if we follow the moon? It makes no sense. So the sun was created to what? To give light upon the earth, to rule the day, to divide the light from the darkness, to be a sign, to serve as a timepiece for minutes, hours, days, and years. How do we know this? Let's go to Psalm 74 in verse 16 through 17. We're going to
The book of
deal with the greater light, dealing with the sun. Go ahead and read.
the book of Psalms, chapter 74 and verse 16. The day is thine, the night also is thine. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter.
And there are some people that read this and say, you see, there's only two seasons, the summer and the winter. It's not so. The Bible mentions more seasons. We'll get into that later on when we complete the complete calendar. But he says the day is thine, the night also is thine, because he created the day and he created the night. They belong to the Most High. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter. All right. So now, this next precept is what causes the majority, if not all, the confusion in Israel when it comes to dealing with whether or not we're supposed to follow the moon to govern our seasons. Whether or not we're supposed to follow the moon to govern our seasons. Or are we supposed to follow the sun? Which one is it? You're going to find that this next precept has been taken completely out of context. Almost all of our Israelite leaders, groups, camps have taken this precept and have completely and utterly butchered it. And we're not saying this in pride. We're not saying this to down them. We're not saying this to talk bad about anybody. We're bringing this up because we need the truth to come out. Plain and simple. We're going to give you the understanding of what this precept is actually talking about. And it will be crystal clear when we're done. That it should be clear to anybody that watches this video or watches this lesson that we are not supposed to be using the moon to govern our seasons. Let's go to the book of Psalms, chapter 104, and verse 19.
The book of Psalms, chapter 104 and verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down.
So I was recently watching a video that one of our, fellow camps or groups and their leaders put out about the lunar Sabbath. And one of the main precepts that they use to justify the lunar Sabbath is Psalms 104 and 19. See, he appointed the moon for seasons. He appointed the moon for, it's the moon that governs our seasons. That's not what Psalms 104 and 19 is talking about. Psalms 104 and 19, let me stress it. Again, we're not saying this to talk bad or down any of our camp brothers or group brothers or leaders. We're doing this because we need the truth to come out. That we have been following this calendar completely wrong. We repented of it, and we need all of Israel to repent of it. We need everybody to get on one accord and follow one calendar. We all should be doing the same thing and speaking the same thing. We should be following the high holy days at the same time. Read Psalms 104 and 19 one more time.
Psalms 104 and verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down.
So if you isolate Psalms 104 and 19, it may sound like when you read it that it's telling us he appointed the moon for seasons. He appointed the moon for seasons. And people get ahead of themselves and believe that it's talking about the spring, summer, fall, and winter. We know because we followed that with the groups that we were with. They taught us Psalms 104 and 19 meant that it's talking about the four seasons. Until now, we have read it clearly and gone and looked up precepts to prove that it's not talking about spring, summer, fall, and winter. It's not talking about the four seasons of the year. When you go through the precepts, that's why we've got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. You will find that a season, a day could be considered a season. Any different following of time could be a season. The next 5 minutes could be considered a season. You know what? Let's say I said something like, in the next 5 minutes, we're going to all take a drink of our Canada Dry. And we're going to take that drink in its season. All of us. So for the next 5 minutes, we all take our Canada Dry and we take the sips of our Canada Dry. And again, yeah, it's Canada Dry. Here's the can. It's not beer. I don't drink beer, never drink beer in my life.
Right.
But the point that I'm making is the fact that a season can mean any time. We drank the Canada Dry in that 5 minutes in its season. We're going to do it tomorrow at this same time, or on the morrow at the same time. For 5 minutes, we're going to drink Canada Dry. We're going to do it the next day. So at this time every day, everybody's going to drink Canada Dry for 5 minutes in its season. And we're going to prove what we say through precepts. A season can mean a day. A day or night can also be considered a season, which is what Psalms 104 and 19 is talking about. It's talking about a day, it's talking about a night in their season. He appointed the moon for seasons. The moon was appointed to govern the night season. Let me say it again. He appointed the moon for seasons. The moon was appointed for the night season. And we are going to prove it unequivocally, without a doubt, using precepts. First, let's get the definition of a season. Let me open this up first and I'll share my screen. What does a season mean? When you look up the word season, you find that it has a lot of different definitions. Oh, what happened? Oh, put copy. Let me open. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. All right, so you should be able to see the screen. Season, definition 1A, one of the four natural divisions of the year: spring, summer, fall, and winter. In the north and south temperate zones, each season beginning astronomically at an equinox or solstice is characterized by specific meteorological or climatic changes, or conditions, or climatic conditions. 1B, the two divisions of the year: rainy and dry in some tropical regions. Is that what Psalms 104 and 19 is talking about? The four seasons. Let's read some more definitions. Definition 2, a recurrent period characterized by certain occurrences, occupations, festivities, or crops. The holiday season, the tomato season. I just gave an example of the drinking of Canada Dry in its season, a recurring season. We're going to do it today at this time, tomorrow at this time, the next day at this time, for 5 minutes at this exact time. On the morrow, we're going to drink Canada Dry in its season. What is its season? These 3 days for 5 minutes at this set time in its season. Definition 3, a suitable, natural, or convenient time. Going into, again, the Canada Dry drinking. We're going to drink it at its suitable, natural, or its convenient time. A season for merriment, as it gives as an example. Definition 4, a period of time. A period of time. A season can be any period of time. It's not just talking about the four seasons, which unfortunately our brothers in their zeal have done. They've taken Psalms 104:19 and in their zeal have automatically taken it to mean that it's talking about the four seasons. And it's not. We're going to prove it to you. Let's go to Numbers chapter 28 and verse 1 through 8. Now, when Numbers 28 and 1 through 8 is talking about, This is dealing with our daily sacrifices. Because remember, the sacrifices that we were commanded to do, there were certain sacrifices that had to be done daily. They were done daily. You had daily offerings. You had certain offerings that had to be done on the Sabbath, meaning there were Sabbath offerings. There were also monthly offerings. We had the Passover offerings. We had the offerings for the Feast of Weeks. So, right now, we're going to deal with the offerings that had to deal with the daily offerings. So, go ahead and read Numbers 28 and 1 through 8.
The book of Numbers, chapter 28 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifice made by fire, for a sweet savor unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due seasons.
In their due season. Read on.
And thou shalt say unto them, This is the offering made by fire which ye shall offer unto the Lord. 2 lambs of the first year without spot, day by day for a continual
Wait,
burnt
read that
offering.
again. Read that again. Day by what?
Day by day
Day by day.
for a continual burnt offering.
In other words, in their due season, day by day. These two lambs should be offered in their season, day by day. But it clarifies even more. Read on.
The 1 lamb shalt thou offer in the morning,
In the morning, in its season, the morning season. Read on.
and the other lamb shalt thou offer at evening.
In the evening season. They are to be offered in their season, meaning at their set times, day by day, one in the morning, one in the evening. Season doesn't only mean spring, summer, winter, and fall, or fall and winter. It's got many different definitions. Go ahead and read on.
Verse 5. And a tenth part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingle with the fourth part of a hin of beet oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And the drink offering thereof shall be the fourth part of an hin for the 1 lamb. In the holy place shalt thou cause the strong wine to be poured unto the Lord for a drink offering. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at evening, as the meat offering of the morning, and as the drink offering thereof. Thou shalt offer it a sacrifice made by fire of sweet savor unto the Lord.
So, again, what is it talking about? This is dealing with the continual daily offerings that we were commanded to do on a daily basis. Two lambs, one that was supposed to be what? Given up, burnt in the morning, and the other one burnt in the evening. As it says in verse 2, command the children of Israel and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire for a sweet savor unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season. What is their due season? Verse 3, and thou shalt say unto them, This is the offering made by fire, which ye shall offer unto the Lord. 2 lambs of the first year without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering. So their season is day by day. Verse 4, the 1 lamb shalt thou offer in the morning, and the other lamb shalt thou offer at even. So what is their due season? Day by day, one in the morning, one in the evening. Is that clear? Let's go back to Psalms 104 and 19. Now you're going to read through verse 23. Let's get a full understanding of what Psalms 104 and 19 is talking about.
The book of Psalms, chapter 104 and verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Thou makest darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from God. The sun ariseth, they gather themselves together, and lay them down in their dens. Man goeth forth unto his work, and to his labor until the evening.
So now let's get an understanding of what Psalms 104 and 19 is talking about. It says he appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. The moon was appointed for the night season, the evening season. Just as we just read in Numbers that one lamb was supposed to be what? Burnt in its season, meaning at night, in the evening, the even season, the dark season, the night season. One lamb was supposed to be burnt when? In the morning, during the morning season or the day season. He appointed the moon for seasons. What is the season for the moon? To govern the night, its season, to do its office in its season. The sun, what was his governance? What is he to do? To govern the day, his season, the day season. Verse 20, how do we know this? Thou makest darkness and it is night. Thou makest darkness and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey and seek their meat from God. The sun ariseth, they gather themselves together and lay them down in their dens. Man goeth forth unto his work and to his labor until the evening. What is this talking about? Beasts creep forth at night when? You got to ask questions. We got to ask these questions. Beasts creep forth at night when? At night in their season. The young lions roar after their prey when? When do the lions come out and roar after their prey and do their hunting? At night in their season. When do they return to their dens? Or when do the lions go back to the bushes or go back laying under that tree with their tribe or their pride? When do they do that? At sunrise in their season. The animals return back, or the nocturnal animals, they return back to their den. They return back to their cave or wherever their resting place is at for the daytime. In their season. When does man go forth to work? When does he do it? At sunrise in his season. I pray that this is making sense.
Right.
It should be crystal clear. Psalms 104 and 19 is not talking about, it would have said, thou makest darkness it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest creep forth in the wintertime. Or in the springtime, they come out to hunt in the spring. Or the summer. You're not reading. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about the moon was appointed for season. What season? To govern the night. The sun knoweth his going down because the sun governs what season? The daytime. I hope this is crystal clear that there is a night season. Let me say it again. There is a night season. Some people may think he's just making that up. He just made that up. He's made that up on his own. You don't read nowhere in the scriptures that there's a night season. The seasons are talking about spring, summer, winter, fall, and winter. That's the only season the Bible talks about. No, it is not. We're going to prove with precepts. That's why we've got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that what we are saying is so. We've got to prove all things. Let's go to Job 30 and 17.
The book of Job, chapter 30 and verse 17. My bones are pierced in me in the night season.
Read that again. Read that clear.
My bones are pierced in me in the night season, and my sinews take no rest.
He says, my bones are pierced in me in the night season, and my sinews take no rest. What is this proving? That there is a night season. There is a day season. There is a morning season. There is an evening season. That's what Psalms 104 and 19 is talking about. It's not telling us that the moon governs our seasons, the spring, summer, fall, and winter. That's not what it's telling us. But we have been mistakenly interpreting it that way. And that's why you have some of our brothers that are using it to justify following the lunar Sabbath or the lunar month, the lunar year, which they are in error. It's talking about the night season. It's talking about the day season. My bones are pierced in me in the night season. Let's go to Psalms 22 and 2.
The book of Psalms, chapter 22 and verse 2. Oh my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not. And in the night season,
In the what?
in the night season,
In the night season.
and am not silent.
So he says, oh my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not. And in the night season, and am not silent. So he cries in the daytime, meaning he cries in the day season and in the night season. You can't make it up. It's not us making stuff up. It's in the scriptures. It's in the precepts. That's why we've got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 3 and 1.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3 and verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven.
So this is very clear. To everything there is a season. We've been reading this all this time and not fully understanding what it's telling us. There's a season for everything, but we've been mistakenly using just the seasons of what? Spring, summer, fall, and winter. Thinking that that's the only seasons that the Bible is talking about. It's not. There are a lot of different seasons. Any time could be a season. He says to everything there is a season. Even when I talk, I can talk out of season. I could say the wrong thing at the wrong time, and that means that I spoke in the wrong season. Or I could say the right thing at the right time, and meaning that I spoke in the right season. I spoke at the right time. We've got to be very careful in how we read and interpret the scriptures, because we've been interpreting certain things wrong for a long time. And now you've got Israel in complete and utter confusion because of certain precepts that are being used out of context. He says, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. We have completely misunderstood what Ecclesiastes 3 and 1 have been telling us all this time, that there is a season for everything. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 50 and verse 4.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 50 and verse 4. The Lord God had given me the tongue of the learned, that I should know how to speak a word in season.
Wait, isn't that what I just said a second ago? You can speak out of season.
Mhm.
Here's a precept to prove exactly what I said. Read on.
That I should know how to speak a word in season to him that is weary. He wakeneth morning by morning. He waketh mine ear to ear as the learned.
So again, Isaiah 50 and 4, the Lord God had given me the tongue of the learned, that I should know how to speak a word in season to him that is weary. We should be able to speak a word at the correct time, at the right time, to help that person that's weary, that person that's in need. That person needs that right saying, that right scripture to be spoken to them to uplift them. And it has to be done in the proper season. Because a lot of the times, what we see in a lot of the camps is a lot of these leaders, a lot of these people that are running camps, that they're speaking out of season. They say the wrong thing at the wrong time, and they end up doing what? They end up hurting somebody's feelings, because they're just, all they do all the time is talk harshly to people because they want to prove how hard they are. Talking out of season, saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. Somebody needs to be uplifted and you tear them down. There's more tearing down among Israel than uplifting being done. A lot of speaking out of season. Let's go to Jeremiah 33 and 20.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 33 and verse 20. Thus said the Lord, if ye can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there should not be day and night in their season.
Ooh, read that again. Oh man. Read that again.
Verse 20. Thus said the Lord, if ye can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there should not be day and night in their season,
Read on.
then may also my covenant be broken with David, my servant, that he should not have a son to reign upon the throne, and with the Levites, the priests, my ministers.
Read verse 22.
Verse 22. As the host of heaven cannot be numbered, neither the sand of the sea measured, so will I multiply the seed of David, my servant, and the Levites that minister unto me.
This is heavy, because again, this proves that we have been utterly butchering Psalms 104 and 19. That it's not talking about the four seasons, that it's talking about the day season and the night season. And this is proving what I said that came out of my mouth, that there is a day season and a night season. Thus saith the Lord, if ye can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there should not be day and night in their season. that there should not be day and night in their season.
Mhm.
Lord's will, this is crystal clear to you that there is a day and there is a night season. And that is what Psalms 104 and 19 is talking about. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10 and verse 17.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10 and verse 17. Render to the righteous a reward of the labors. Guide them in a marvelous way, and was unto them for a cover by day and a light of stars the night season.
It says, render to the righteous a reward for their labors, guided them in a marvelous way, and was unto them for a cover by day. What is this talking about? When we were following behind Christ in the chariot, when he led us out of Egypt, and a light of stars in the night season. Day season, night season, just like we read in Numbers about the continual burnt offerings, the daily offerings, one in the day, one in the night. One of them is killed in the day season, the other one is killed in the night season. These daily offerings are supposed to be done in what? In their respective season. And that respective season is during the season of day and the season of night, and done day to day. And right here in Wisdom of Solomon 17, it's telling us that he was what? He was a cover unto us and the light of stars in the night season. Which now brings us to another precept that a lot of the camps use and take it out of context and completely butcher to think, or they come to believe or think that this is talking about the moon was created for, to govern our seasons, meaning spring, summer, fall, and winter. It's not what it's talking about. Let's go to Sirach 43 and 6 through 8.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 43 and verse 6. He made the moon also to serve in her season, for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decrees it in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven.
So, what does it say? He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times. Oh, man, it should be crystal clear now. What is the moon season? He made the moon also to serve in her season. What is the moon season? The night season. That's what he put it. Go back to Genesis 1 and read the fourth day. He put the two lights, the great light, the lesser light in the sky, one to govern the day, which is its season, which is the sun, the other one to govern the night, which is what? Its season, to create light for the night. It governs in its season. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times. What is that time? The nighttime. That 12 hours of darkness. We're not making it up. It's not a figment of our imagination. Go back and look at the precepts for yourself. Study to show yourself approved. These camp leaders have been misguiding us. They have been misteaching us, whether it's been in ignorance. And like I said earlier in the lesson, some of them, because you can find a lot of different other areas where they've completely lied to us purposely. I only can take it as they know what it really means, but they have an agenda, so they're going to stick to it. Lord's willing, it's just being done in ignorance. And Lord's will, that they will come across this lesson, watch it, and have to scratch their head and go, wait a minute, man, these precepts aren't lying. Because it's not coming from us, it's coming from the precepts. And the precepts don't lie. Psalms 10, what is this? Psalms 104 and 19 or whatever it is not, it's not talking about the four seasons. Sirach 43 and 6 is not talking about the four seasons. It's talking about the moon serving in its season, which is the night season. Verse 7, from the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. Because the way it should be working, which we do read in the book of Enoch, is that as the sun goes through its circuits, through its seasons, the moon comes around at the certain time during those feasts. So when the Passover is coming around, there should be a full moon in the sky, meaning a new moon in the sky. But the book of Enoch also warned us that as time goes on, those times are going to get out of circuit. Things are going to get messed up. It's not going to come in exactly. That's why when we celebrate our high holy days, usually around the time of Passover, a new moon is coming in, or a full moon. Usually around the time of Feast of Tabernacles, there is a full moon during that time when we're camping. The days are off because we were told the days were going to be off at this time. We were told this was going to happen. Just like we were told that we were going to go off and we were going to be serving our high holy days in the wrong seasons because the moon comes in 10 days later. We were warned about this. And we'll, like I said, we'll get into that later on when we get to dealing with the week and the month and dealing with the year. So, question, what is the season that actually, I didn't finish reading it, did I? From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. Because the book of Enoch teaches us that the new moon is the full moon. The full moon is the new moon. It starts in the full moon and it decreases in her perfection. The month is called after her name. It just so happens that the word month is named after the moon. They have the same Hebrew name, same Hebrew word for both. That's where confusion comes in again. Because when we read the scriptures and people read it says new moon, they automatically think of the festivities of the new moon comes in, whether it's the dark moon, the crescent moon, or the full moon, that we have this feast because it's the beginning of our month. Like, no, it's just telling us the beginning of the new month. New moon, new month. That's all it's telling us. New moon, new month. And we'll cover that when we get to the month. Because we were commanded in the scriptures that at the beginning of our months, we were supposed to do certain sacrifices. The beginning of our months, meaning our new month. It had nothing to do with following the moon. It had everything to do at the beginning of our months that there were certain sacrifices that we were supposed to do, just like our daily sacrifices that are supposed to be done in their season. But we'll get to that when we deal with the month. The month is called after her name. increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. So, what is the season that the moon was made to serve? The night season. The moon does not, even common sense will show you, the moon does not govern the seasons. The moon's got nothing to do with fall, winter, spring, and summer. The moon's got nothing to do with the seasons. It's the sun that governs the seasons. The sun in its rotation deals with the seasons, or the earth orbiting the sun deals with the seasons. Just as we read earlier in Wisdom of Solomon, that's the Solomon said what? He was taught the rotation of what? The sun and the dealing in the knowledge of the seasons. Just as Enoch was. Solomon was taught the exact same thing as Enoch. He was taught the Enoch calendar.
Right.
The new moon is when it is full, because we learn that from what? Enoch tells us that. And then it decreases. But we'll get to Enoch in the other lessons. He made the great lights. He made the greater light. He made the lesser light. It is the greater light that governs our seasons, not the lesser light. It is the sun, not the moon. 364-day calendar. Esau changed it and made it 365. A 7-day work week. Esau kept it. At one point, Esau was doing a 9-day, I believe, a 9-day work week. Some point, some were doing a 13-day work week. Some, you go back and read about some of these ancient nations. Esau did not change that calendar that far off. He kept it just enough to cause confusion. 7-day work week, and the month and the year calendar falls in line. But the problem is he did a 365-day calendar, to where the beginning of the months come at different times during, we'll get into that. The Most High's calendar is a 364-day calendar, which is a set calendar that falls in line month to month, year by year. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Lord's will, this is completely clear. So now let's go to Psalms 136 and verse 7 through 8.
Book of Psalms, chapter 136, verse 7. To him that made great light, for his mercy endureth forever. The sun to rule by day, for his mercy endureth forever.
So who's the him that made the great lights? Christ is the one that made and created everything. To him that made great lights, for his mercy endures forever. The sun to rule by day, for his mercy endures forever. He created these great lights. The greater light, the sun, he created to what? To rule the day in its season. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 1 and 5.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 1 and verse 5. The sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down, and hasteth to his place where he arose.
So the sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down. Remember, right now, what we're dealing with, mainly we're dealing with the great light. We threw Sirach 43 and 6 in there because we couldn't avoid it. Had to bring it out. But right now we're dealing with the greater light, the great light, the sun. It says the sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down, and hasted to his place where he arose. In his season, the day season, the sun's office is to do what? To give light during the daytime and warmth and heat. Let's go to Jeremiah 31 and 35 through 36.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 31 and verse 35. Thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divided the sea when the waves thereof roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. If those ordinances depart from before me, saith the Lord, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever.
Just like he said, if there is no longer a day season and a night season, then will there not be a seed of King David on the throne? Right? So Jeremiah 31:35, it says, thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and the stars for a light by night, which divided the sea when the waves thereof roar. Because what? The moon and the stars have an effect on the tides of the ocean. That's another one of their offices. But it serves in what? The sun serves in his season and the day season. The moon serves in his season and the night season. And then he says, if those ordinances depart from before me, saith the Lord, then the seed of Israel shall cease from being a nation from before me. All right. So let's go to Sirach 42 and 15 through 16.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 42 and verse 16. Oh, no,
15 and
verse
16.
15. Okay, verse 15. I will now remember the work of the Lord and declare the things that I have seen. In the words of the Lord are his works. The sun that giveth light looketh upon all things, and the work thereof is full of the glory of the Lord.
So again, talking about the sun that giveth light, in what? In his office, doing his office, in what? In his season. Let's go to Sirach 43 and 1 through 5.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 43 and verse 1. The pride of the high, the clear firmament, the beauty of heaven with his glorious show. The sun, when it appeareth, it declareth at his rising, a marvelous instrument, the work of the Most High. At noon it parcheth the country, and who can abide the burning heat thereof? A man blowing a furnace is works of heat, but the sun burneth the mountains 3 times more, breathe, breathe, breathing out fiery vapors and sending forth bright beams. It dimmeth the eyes. Great is the Lord that made it, and his commandment it runneth hastily.
It says, and at his commandment runneth hastily. So he is just giving us a rundown about the sun, the pride of the height, the clear firmament, the beauty of heaven with his glorious show. The sun, when it appeareth, when does the sun appear? Every day in his season, meaning in the day season, declaring at his rising a marvelous instrument, the work of the Most High, because the Most High created it. At noon it parches the country, and who can abide the burning heat thereof? A man blowing a furnace and in work of heat, but the sun burneth the mountains 3 times more, breathing out fiery vapors and sending forth bright beams. It dimmeth the eyes. So it creates heat, it warms you, it the beams of it, if you look up into it, it can dim the eyes, it can blind you. It says, great is the Lord that made it, at his commandment runneth hastily. So the functions of the sun. You can look these things up on Wikipedia. You could type it in, Google search it, and read about the functions of the sun. The sun is what? The sun is stationary. The earth actually orbits the sun. According to Esau, it orbits the sun about every 365.256 days a year. According to the Most High, it's 364 days. I'm going to believe the Most High over Esau because with following the 364-day calendar of the Most High, did we have to? Because I'm going to say there's one particular camp that's having their Passover on that Friday the 14th. No, no, no. Um, uh, it's Friday the 1st of April, where our Passover is on Wednesday the 30th, which actually begins on the 29th at even. How did their Passover catch up to ours all of a sudden
Mm-hmm.
when last year their Passover was what, like a week or two before ours or so?
Mm-hmm.
Ours has come back the same time without any. We didn't. We have to add a 13th month in order for our Passover to fall in the right season,
Mm-hmm.
in the correct season. We didn't have to add no 13th month following the 364-day calendar of the Most High. But they did. They had to add a 13th month in order to get their Passover to fall in line in the right season with ours. Only a couple of days or a few days later because they're following the moon. They added a 13th month in order for it to fall in line. Guess what? They're just not telling you that they added that 13th month to the
Right.
calendar.
Right.
They're lying to you. So you could look up on Wikipedia the orbit of the sun. You could learn, more things about the sun. You know what I mean? If you're interested in it, just look it up, Google it. So now we're going to deal with the lesser light, which is the moon. Let's go back to Genesis 1 and 14 through 19.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. So the moon was put up there and created on the fourth day, just like the sun and the stars. And it was put there to do its job, its ordinance. What was the job of the moon? To rule the night, to give light in the nighttime, to give light in the night season. So what is the lesser light? The moon. Why was it created? To give light upon the earth, to rule the night, to divide the night from the day, to serve as a sign for feast, to serve as a timepiece for, to govern the nighttime as the night goes through its 12-hour period. Let's go to Deuteronomy 33 and 13 through 14. So let's read a little bit about what the scriptures say about the moon.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 33 and verse 13. And of Joseph he said, blessed of the Lord be his land, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew, and for the depth that coucheth beneath. Verse 14. And for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon.
So it says, and of Joseph he said, blessed of the Lord be his land, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew and for the deep that coucheth beneath, and for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon. All right, just giving us a little rundown about the moon and what its office is and what it does. Let's go to Psalms 89 and 37.
The book of Psalms, chapter 89 and verse 37. It shall be established forever as the moon and as a faithful witness in heaven. Salah.
You know what? Let's start that. Hold on, let me get a second. 89. Start at verse 34 and read through there.
34.
Yeah.
The Psalms 89 and verse 34. My covenant will I not break, nor alter the things that is gone out of my lips. Once have I sworn by my holiness that I will not lie unto David. His seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. It shall be established forever as the moon and as a faithful witness in the heavens.
So what it's talking about is talking about the throne of David. It says it shall be established forever as the moon and as a faithful witness in heaven, which means that the moon is going to be there forever. Because you have Esau now making stuff up, teaching that the moon, is going to at some point um, break apart and all this kind of. If the only way that would ever happen is if Esau accomplishes what he wants to do, is go up there on the moon and start trying to mine the moon and all this kind of dumb stuff. That's about the only way that the moon could get destroyed, is by Esau going up there, putting his dirty hands on it. All right, let's go to Psalms 104 and 19.
The book of Psalms, chapter 104 and verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons, the sun knoweth his going down.
So going back to that again, he pointed the moon for seasons, the sun knoweth is going down. So now again, is that talking about spring, summer, fall, and winter? No, it's not. We just broke it down. It's talking about he appointed the moon for seasons. What season? The night season. All right. Let's go to Psalms 136 and 7 through 9.
The book of Psalms, chapter 136 and verse 7. To him that made great light, for his mercy endureth forever. The sun to rule by day, for his mercy endureth forever. The moon and stars to rule by night, for his mercy endureth forever.
Just as we read in Genesis 1. All right. Let's go to Jeremiah 31 and 35. And then after you read it, go ahead and talk for a minute. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute.
And it was Jeremiah 31, 30. The book of Jeremiah 31 and 35. The book of Jeremiah 31 and verse 35. It says, thus said the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and of the stars for light by night, which divided the sea when the waves thereof roared. The Lord of hosts is his name. So he put pointed these ordinances in the sky, the moon. He put the moon up there to give it season coming up every single night. So it's doing its ordinance that was dedicated to it at night when you can see the moon at night, and of the stars for the light by night, which divided the sea where the waves that roared. The Lord of hosts is his name.
All right. Let's go to Sirach 43 and 6 through 8. We read this already, but this is dealing with the moon. So we're dealing with the lesser light. So we're going to bring him back out again.
The book of Sirach, chapter 43 and verse 6. He made the moon also to serve in her seasons for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven.
All right. Let's go to Baruch 6 and 60.
The book of Baruch, chapter 6 and verse 60. For sun, moon, and stars being bright and sent to do their office or are obedient.
So he says, for the sun, moon, and stars being bright and sent to do their offices. What are their offices? Exactly what we read about in Genesis 1, to create light, to serve as a declaration of times, and so on, and to serve in their seasons. Serve in their seasons. Okay. So, what do we know so far? Number one, the main thing you should be understanding is that the moon was not created to govern our seasons. Seasons meaning what? Spring, summer, fall, and winter. It was not governed, it was not put there to govern the four seasons. We got to make that crystal clear. All right. So we've dealt with the greater light, we've dealt with the lesser light. Now we're going to get into the earth. Let's deal with the earth, the creation of the earth, and its relation to dealing with the day. Let's go to Genesis 1 and 1. He's going to read verses 1 and 2.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
All right, let's go to verse 10 through 13.
Verse, verse
1 and 10.
Oh, okay. Verse 10. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called sea. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, and herb yield seed, and the fruit tree yield fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yield seed after his kind, and the tree yield fruit whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good.
Verse
And the
13.
and the evening and the morning were the third day.
All right, so we went to Genesis 1 and 1, showing in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth was out without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Okay. So this is when the earth was being created during that 7 day period. Genesis 1 and 10. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. So the earth was created on the, as far as the land and the seas and everything was all created on the third day. And what did the earth do? The earth brought forth trees and fruits and, all of this stuff, which grow in what? In their seasons, if that makes sense. All right, let's go to verse 14 through 19.
Verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for a sign and for a season, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also, and God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and the rule and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
Okay, let's go to verse 20 through 30.
Verse 20. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that have life, and fowls that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth, with which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, fill the waters in the sea, and the fowls multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day.
All right, so this was all created what? On the fifth day. All right, let's go to Genesis 2 and 1 and
The
read to
book,
verse 3.
the book of Genesis, chapter 2 and verse 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made.
All right, uh, read verse 4 through 10.
Verse 4. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed in into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and God and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of the Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into four heads.
Okay, um, go to Genesis 8 and 22. So basically, what we're reading about is the creation of the earth, creation of man. Uh, Man was put here to, till the fields and everything like that. There was no rain upon the earth at that time. There was just a mist that came up and watered everything. Um, there's a point to all of this. The fact that you will start to see that this is the beginning or coming in of the actual seasons. So Genesis 8:22.
The book of Genesis, chapter 8 and verse 22. While the earth remaineth seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease.
Read that again.
While the earth remaineth seed seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease.
So sometimes people read this and they see that the Bible talks about summer and winter, and they think that those are the only two seasons the Bible taught. There's only two seasons. You have people teaching that, which is incorrect. Um, there are more than two seasons. There are four seasons. All right. Um, but it says, while the earth remains seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Meaning what? These are what you would call their seasons, their respective seasons. Um, because you have the harvest season, you've got the cold season, you've got the heat season, you've got the summer season, you've got the winter season, you got the day season, you've got the night season. So what we're trying to show is that the season is not just talking about the regular four seasons that we have come to understand. Let's go to Genesis 9 and 13 through 17.
The book of Genesis, chapter 9 and verse 13. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember that everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth.
So he put the rainbow in the cloud as a covenant between him and every living creature, every of flesh, in the waters, to do what? As a reminder that he would not destroy the earth by flood again. All right. And the rainbow does its office in its season when it rains, if that makes sense to you. All right. Um, let's go to Exodus 9 and 29.
The book of Exodus, chapter 9 and verse 29. And Moses said unto him, as soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hand unto the Lord, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that thou mayest know how that the earth is the Lord's.
So, how that the earth is the Lord's. We just read about how the Lord created the earth. He created the land, He created the waters, all the seas, oceans, rivers. He created the Garden of Eden. He created all of this. He put man, He created the animals, everything. The earth belongs to Him. It says, know how that the earth is the Lord's. Let's go to Deuteronomy 10 and 14. He is the creator of it. It belongs to Him. He created the sun, the moon, the stars. It belongs to Him.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 10 and verse 13. to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good.
Wait, where are you at?
And then I read 13, 14.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 10 and 14.
Verse 14, behold, the heaven and the heavens of heavens is the Lord's, thy God, the earth also with all that therein is.
So he says, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord's thy God, the earth also with all that therein is. He created it all. It all belongs to him. It all belongs to him. And what did he do when he created Israel? He gave Israel the best land on earth. He gave it to us. Let's go to Exodus 3 and 8.
The book of Exodus, chapter 3 and verse 8. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land unto a good land, and large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites.
So he said that he was going to deliver us out of the hand of the Egyptians and to bring us where? Into a land, into a good land and large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites. He was going to kick these Hamitic nations out of the land because they spilled too much blood in the land. They were in too much sin, and he was going to give the land to Israel, which is the greatest land on the earth. We're going to prove this. Go to Deuteronomy 8 and 7 through 11.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8 and verse 7. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of waters, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he had given thee.
Verse 11.
Be, beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God into keeping his
So
commandments, and
not keeping.
in not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes which I command thee this day.
All right, let's go to Deuteronomy 11 and 8. 11 and 8 through 15. Deuteronomy 11 and 8 through 15. Man, it's still hard for me to
Deuteronomy,
get words out.
the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 11 and verse 8. Therefore shall ye keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that ye may be strong and go in and possess the land whither ye go to possess it, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which the Lord sware unto your and to their seed, a land that floweth with milk and honey. For the land whither thou goest to possess it is not as the land of Egypt from whence ye came out, where thou sowest thy seed and waterest it with thy foot as a garden of herbs. But the land whither ye go to possess it is a land of hills and valleys, and uh, drinketh water of the rain of heaven, a land which the Lord thy God careth for. The eyes of the Lord thy God are always upon it, for the beginning of from the beginning of the year unto the end of the year.
So he says the eyes of the Lord thy God are always upon it, talking about that land he was going to give us from the beginning of the year even unto the end of the year. Read on.
And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently into the commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thy oil. And I will send grass in and I will send grass in the field for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full.
So it was a simple concept. He's given us the best land in the world, and all we had to do is keep his commandments, do what he said, and we wouldn't have had to work. We wouldn't have had to do nothing. He takes care of the land, and all it was going to do is produce food for us, produce everything we needed. And we would have eaten and been full. We would have been living large. But of course, Israel does what Israel does. And look at where we are today. We're still fighting and arguing over scriptures. Let's go to Ezekiel 20 and 5 through 6.
The book
So
of
this proves what I said, that he gave us the best land on the earth.
right, the book of Ezekiel, chapter 20 and verse 5. And say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, in the day when I choose Israel, and lifted up mine hand unto the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt, when I lifted up my hand unto them, saying, I am the Lord your God. In the day that I lifted up my hand unto them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt into the land that I had aspired for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands.
Which is what?
The glory of all lands.
He gave us the glory of all lands. He says, and say unto them, thus saith the Lord, in the day when I chose Israel and lifted up my hand unto the seed of the house of Jacob and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt, when I lifted up mine hand unto them, saying, I am the Lord your God. In the day that I lifted up my hand unto them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt into a land that I had espied for them, or espied for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. He gave us the best place, the best land on earth. And we're not even living there. We can't even enjoy it. Because anytime you give Israel an inch, they take a mile. Israel don't want to listen to the Most High. The Most High had warned us already that if we followed the moon, we were going to go off. And Israel didn't listen back then, and we're not listening today. And we wonder why we're not enjoying the land today. Let's go to Deuteronomy 32 and 8.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 8. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
So when he divided the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, meaning when he gave all the nations the land that they were going to be allotted, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. He created this entire world, this entire earth for the Israelites. He created it for us. And all we had to do was keep his commandments and do what he told us to do. Follow his high holy days in the seasons that we're supposed to, not break any of the commandments. And we still can't get it right today. Let's go to 2nd Ezra 6 and 38 through 53.
The book of Second Esdras, chapter 6 and verse 38. 38. And I said, O Lord, thou spakest from the beginning of the creation, even the first day, and said thus, let heaven and earth be made, and thy word was a perfect work. And then was the spirit and darkness, and silence were on every side. The sound of man's voice was not yet formed. Then commandest thou a fair light to come forth of thy treasures, that thy work might be appeared. Upon the second day thou madest the spirit of the firmament, and commanded it to part asunder, and to make a division betwixt the waters, and the one part might go up, and the other remained beneath. Upon the third day thou didst command that the waters should be gathered in the seventh part of the earth. Sixth part hast thou dried up, and kept them, to the intent that of these some being planted of God until might serve thee. For as soon as thy word went forth, the work was made. For immediately there was great and innumerable fruit, and many and diverse pleasures for the taste, and flowers of unchangeable color, and adore a wonderful smell. And this was done the third day. Upon the fourth day thou commandest that the sun should shine, and the moon give her light, and the stars should be in order, and gavest them a charge to do service unto man that was to be made. Upon the fifth day thou sayest unto the seventh part, where the waters were gathered, that it should bring forth living creatures, fowls, and fish. So it came to pass. For the dumb waters and without life brought forth living things at the commandment of God, that all people might praise thy wonderful works. Then didst thou ordain two living creatures, the one thou callest Enoch, and the other Leviathan, and didst separate the one from another for the seventh part, namely, where the waters was gathered together, might not hold them both. Unto Enoch thou gavest one part which was dried up the third day, that he should dwell in the same part wherein are 8,000 hills. But unto Leviathan thou gavest the seventh part, namely the moist, and hast kept him to be devourer of whom thou wilt and when. Upon the sixth day thou gavest commandments unto the earth, that before there it should bring forth beasts, cattle, and creeping things.
So it says that before thee it should bring forth beasts, cattle, and creeping things. Read on.
And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sake. As for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. And now, O Lord, behold, these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing, have begun to be lords over us and to devour us. But we, thy people, whom thou hast called thy firstborn, thy only begotten, and thy fervent lover, are given into their hands. If the world now be made for our sakes, why do we not possess an inheritance with the world? How long shall this endure?
So why do we not possess an inheritance with the world? Because Israel is stiff-necked and rebellious and don't want to hearken to the words of the Most High. We want to follow everything else but what the Most High has told us in the scriptures. He gave us the best land. All we had to do is keep the commandments, to stay in the land, to prosper. And yet here we are living underneath these other nations that he has said are nothing to him, not having any inheritance among the nations when he created this world for Israel. All of it was recreated for us. Go to 2nd Ezra 7 and 11.
The book of Second Ezra, chapter 7 and verse 11. Because for their sake I made the world, and when Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed that now is done.
So read that one more time.
Because for their sake I made the world, and when Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed that now is done.
So he's telling us, because for their sakes I made the world. For whose sake? For Israel. And when Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed that now is done. When Adam transgressed, death came upon man. And now we're living out, we were supposed to be gods upon the earth, but now we die like men. We were supposed to be ruling the earth. We were supposed to be in control. But because we don't want to follow what the Most High told us to do, the way He told us to do it, look at the condition and look at the state that we're in. And you have some of our brothers out here that don't want to humble themselves down to listen to reason, that they'd rather call brothers stupid, dumb, all kinds of foolish stuff, rather than saying, hey, you know what? Maybe we ought to look into this and see if what they're saying is true. Let's go to 2nd Ezra 9 and 13.
The book of Second Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 13. And therefore be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished, and when, but inquire how the righteous shall be saved, whose the world is, and for whom the world is created.
See, that's the problem with Israel today, is that Israel is just constantly worrying about when Esau is going to get punished. When is World War III going to bump off? Or jump off? How are they going to get destroyed? That's what it's come down to. People are only listening to the people who's standing out in the streets cursing out Esau, cursing out the Chinese, the Japanese. And in some cases, even listening to some of these camps that are talking about, I'm going to rape you and all this kind of stuff. Talking about looking forward to raping people. You've got to be out of your minds. What makes you think the Most High is going to allow us to start raping women? And you know what I mean? It's just crazy. Like, where are you getting this from? He says, and therefore be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished, and when, but inquire how the righteous shall be saved, whose the world is, and for whom the world is created. That's what we need to be worried about. How are we going to get saved? Number one, we need to make sure we keep these commandments, which we have not done. We need to look diligently into these scriptures and see if the things that we've been being taught are actually true and correct. Let's go to Job 38 and 33.
The book of Job, chapter 38 and verse 33. Knowest thou the ordinance of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth?
He says, knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? Here it is, thousands of years later, and we still don't understand the ordinances of the heavens. We still don't understand what it is that guides our seasons and what guides our feast days. We still don't know. And we're still here as a collective body, divided about when we're supposed to be celebrating the Lord's high holy days. We can't get nothing right. And then you have groups that are bragging about we're not like that group. That's why we're not affiliated with no other Israelite camp. Bragging about it. What you're saying is you don't care what God says, you're going to separate yourself from your brothers. God says, come together. You say, no, God, we want to be separate. God says, there's no respect of persons. And you say, no, God, we're respecters of persons. We don't care what you say. We're better than our brothers. And we're going to let the world know we're not like those other guys. We're not like those other camps. We're Israelites, but we're not like those other Israelites. It's got to stop at some point. Let's go to Psalm 65 and 9 through 13. He gave Israel all of this, but Israel don't want it. We want to stay in captivity because of pride.
The book of Psalms, chapter 65 and verse 9. It says, thou visited the earth and waters is it. Can't say it. And waters it. Thou greatly enriches it with the river of God, which is full of water. Thou preparest them corn when thou hast so provided for it. Thou waterest the ridges thereof abundantly. Thou settlest the furrows thereof. Thou makest it soft with showers. Thou blessest the springs thereof. Thou crownest the year with the goodness, and thy paths drop fatness. They drop upon the pastures of the wilderness, and the little hills rejoice every side. The pastures are clothed with flocks. The valleys are covered over with corn. They shout for joy. They also sing.
Let's go to Psalm 67 and 1 through 7.
The book of Psalms, chapter 67 and verse 1. God, be merciful unto us and bless us and cause his face to shine upon us. Salah. That thy way may be known up on earth, thy saving health among all nations. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all people praise thee. O let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon the earth. Salah. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Then shall the earth yield her increase, and God, even our own God, shall bless us. God shall bless us, and all the end of the earth shall fear him.
So, what are we reading here? We're reading all these passages that is talking about what? The Most High blessing Israel. Why? If Israel's keeping his commandments, then the earth's going to yield its increase, which means that Israel is going to prosper. We're reading it over and over again. Let's go to Psalm 74 and 16 through 17.
The book of Psalms, chapter 74 and verse 16. The day is thine, the night also is thine. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter.
So he's the one that what? Prepared the light. He prepared the sun. He created everything. He set the borders of the earth. He set the bounds of the people. He made what? Summer and winter. He created the seasons. Let's go to Psalms 104 and 13 through 24.
The book of Psalms, chapter 104 and verse 13. He watereth the hills from his chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of thy works. He causeth the grass to grow for the cattle, and herb for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth. and wine that maketh glad the heart of man, and oil to make his face to shine, and bread which strengtheneth man's heart. The trees of the Lord are full of sap, the cedars of Lebanon which he had planted, where the birds make their nest. As for the storks, the fir trees are her house. The high hills are a refuge for the wild goats, and the rocks for the conies. Conies. He appointed the moon for season. The sun knoweth his going down. Thou makest darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from God. The sun ariseth, they gather themselves together, and lay them down in their dens. Man goeth forth unto his work, and to his labor until evening. O Lord, how manifold are thy works, and wisdom hast thou made them all. The earth is full of thy riches.
So, what is he telling us? He's the one that gives Israel everything we need. He's the one that gives the earth what it needs. He's in control. But once again, when you get to verse 19, he appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth is going down. Lord's will again. It should be crystal clear by now that it's not talking about he appointed the moon to govern the seasons of spring, summer, winter, or fall and winter. He didn't set the moon in the sky to govern the four seasons of the earth. The sun was set there for that. Let's go to Joshua 10 and 12 through 14.
The book of Joshua, chapter 10 and verse 12. Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the days when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Akshalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon the enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher?
Wait,
So,
read that again.
verse,
Go back, read that again.
verse 13. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher?
But yet you've got Israelite leaders that will sit there and tell you, don't read the book of Jasher. Even though they teach you stuff out of the book of Jasher all the time, you just don't know it.
Right.
And they'll make fun of people that read the book of Jasher. Who are you
Right.
going to listen to? You going to listen to God, or are you going to listen to these men? They said, oh, that book was written by the white man. It's crazy.
Crazy. It's the same thing they say about the Bible, but you still read it.
Exactly.
Says, so the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about the whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it, that the Lord hearkened unto the voice of man, for the Lord fought for Israel.
So, what is happening here? So we're reading a miracle that happened. It says, then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. So the moon and the sun stopped doing their normal ordinance, which was what? To as the earth rotated, the sun would rise in the east and set in the west. The moon would pop out, but that didn't happen that day because he made it completely stop, which is written in the book of Jasher. If you want to read the entire account, go read the book of Jasher to read the entire account about it. All right. But they'll tell you the book of Jasher, that's garbage.
Hmm.
Don't read that, even though they've read it themselves. I'll put it to you this way. when you hear some of these leaders teaching stuff, and it makes it sound like they've got this wisdom, this knowledge about the scriptures that nobody else understands, that you don't read about in the scriptures, you've got to ask yourself, well, where are they getting that from? They're getting it from the other books. They're just not telling you.
Mhm.
They're just not telling you that that's where they got it from. All right. Let's go to the book of Second Kings, chapter 20, and verse 8 through 11.
The book of Second Kings, chapter 20 and verse 8. And all the elders and all the people said unto him, hearken not unto him, nor consent.
Wait, where are you at?
Oh, I'm on First Kings, sorry.
All right. Yeah, say it don't sound right.
That didn't sound right either. uh, Second Kings 20. Here we go. Second Kings chapter 20 and verse 8. And Hezekiah said unto Isaiah, what shall be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I shall go up into the house of the Lord the third day? And Isaiah said, this sign shalt thou have of the Lord, that the Lord will do the thing that he had spoken. Shall the shadow go forward 10 degrees, or go back 10 degrees? And Hezekiah answered, it is a light thing for the shadow to go down 10 degrees. Nay, but let the shadow return backward 10 degrees. And Isaiah the prophet cried unto the Lord, and brought the shadow 10 degrees backward, by which it had gone down in dial of Ahaz.
Are you still there?
Yeah,
Hello? Yeah, what happened?
well, I don't know. I finished it.
Oh, 8 through 11?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. All right. Read it one more time. I'm sorry.
all
Got
right.
there.
Here we go. Verse 8. And Hezekiah said unto Isaiah, what shall be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I shall go up into the house of the Lord the third day? And Isaiah said, this sign shalt thou have of the Lord, that the Lord will do the thing that he had spoken. Shall the shadow go forward 10 degrees, or go back 10 degrees? And Hezekiah answered, it is a light thing for the shadow to go down 10 degrees. Nay, but let the shadow return backward 10 degrees. And Isaiah the prophet cried unto the Lord, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees backward, by which it had gone down in the dial of Hassas.
Okay. So, number one, again, that we said earlier in the lesson, if the moon is what governed our time, why in the world did Ahaz have a sundial? And if you don't know what a sundial is, let me share my screen real quick. This is just to illustrate for those that don't know what a sundial is. Let me know when you can see.
There it is.
You got it? Okay, I'll
Yeah.
use this one since it's got actually these two, they both got good shadows. I'll use this one though. So this is what's happening in with Ahaz's sundial. So you can see that as the sun moves around this thing, the shadow moves to the different times, right? So what's happening is normally as the sun moves around this sundial, just like the hand of a clock, the shadow moves clockwise from the 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock and so on. But what we saw happening with this miracle, that the sun stopped and made the shadow go backwards, meaning that it went from 12 to 11 to 10 to 9 to 8. Meaning, in other words, the earth stopped rotating. In order for this to happen, is not the sun that moved. That means that the earth would have had completely stopped its rotation and start rotating in the opposite direction in order for what happened with that sundial and the shadow of the sundial to go backwards, if that makes sense. If that makes sense, that
Mhm.
means the entire earth completely stopped and then its rotation started going. It's almost like in the very first Superman movie with Christopher Reeve, when at the end of the movie the earthquake happened and Lois Lane got killed, and he went and flew up into the sky, started flying around the earth, and he stopped the earth's rotation and made the earth start rotating backwards to make time go backwards to where before the earthquake hit, so that Lois Lane could live. He supposedly made time to go backwards by changing the rotation of the earth. I'm just using that movie as an example. But that's what happened. The earth would have had to have stopped and started rotating backwards in order for that shadow to go backwards on that sundial. That's what we're reading about. It's not a fictional thing with a white man in a blue suit with a red cape flying around the earth that caused the earth to stop and go backwards. It was the black Christ with the afro that caused the earth to stop and go
Right.
backwards. But Esau always got to make it himself that did these miracles. He had to put it in his movie. But in reality, it was Christ that caused this to happen. All right, let's go to Isaiah 38 and 7 through 8.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 38, and verse 7. And this shall be a sign unto thee from the Lord, that the Lord will do this thing that he had spoken. Behold, I will bring again the shadow of the degrees which is gone down in the sundial of Ahaz, 10 degrees backward. So the sun returned 10 degrees by which degrees it was gone down.
Okay,
The
so again, it's just repeating exactly what we read about in the book of Second Kings about this sundial and the sun causing the shadow to go backwards 10 degrees. And again, in order for that to happen, that means that the whole earth would have had to have stopped in its rotation, and which lets you know that Esau must be off in their science, because Esau claims that if the earth stopped rotating, that would mess with the gravitational force of the earth. The gravity would go away and we'd be off floating. So you don't read anything about everybody on the earth floating in the air because the earth stopped rotating. So Esau must be off in that science. All right. But the earth would have had to stop rotating and start rotating the other direction in order for that shadow to go backwards 10 degrees. All right. So, which tells again, God is in control of this. All right. And the other thing, if we were following the moon, where's the moon dial?
right.
He didn't have a moon dial, he had a sundial. Let's go to the book of Luke, chapter 21 and 25 through 28.
The book of Luke, chapter 21, and verse 25. And there shall be a sign in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth, distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's heart failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the power of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in the cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your head, for your redemption draweth nigh.
So we put this in the lesson because we're going to go back and remember that at the beginning of the lesson we read that on the fourth day when he created the sun, the moon, and the stars, that he created them for signs and for seasons, right? We think that he only created them for the signs of when the seasons were going to be coming in, but they were created for other signs. From the member we read earlier, haven't you read from the beginning or haven't you heard from the beginning? He declared the end from the beginning, that these ordinances were going to be used as signs for the end of the earth, not just for signs for the seasons. If you understand what I'm getting at, what I'm saying. From the beginning, he had already declared that these were the sun, the moon, and the stars would be what were served as signs. What are those signs we just read about in Luke 21 and 25? The signs of the end of the world. It said that there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring. Then we read about how the moon and the stars have an effect on the waves and the roaring of the waves, because the moon has an effect on the tides of the oceans. Men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. This was all declared from the beginning, that the sun, moon, and stars would be serving as signs. That was the other signs that it was talking about at the beginning in Genesis, that these bodies that were up in the heavens, or these luminaries or these celestial bodies, were put there to do their office. And part of their office is to serve as signs before the coming of Christ in the last days. If that makes sense to you. You got ears to hear, you got eyes to see. All right. And there shall be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars. That that clear. I just want to make sure that that's clear. All right. Let's find out. So let's go to Acts 2 and 19 through 20.
The book of Acts, chapter 2 and verse 19. And I will show wonders in heaven above and signs in the earth beneath, blood and fire and vapor of smoke. Then, then the sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and notable day of the Lord come.
So again, there's going to be wonders and signs in the heaven above. It says, and I will show wonders in heaven above and signs in the earth beneath, blood and fire and vapor of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before that great and notable day of the Lord come. Those bodies were put up in the heavens to serve as signs, not just for our feast days, but signs for the end of the world. And that was declared from the very beginning in the book of Genesis. People just weren't opening their spiritual eyes and their spiritual ears to understand that. That's why we got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little to get understanding. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 15 and 40 through 41.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 15 and verse 40. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, but the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star differeth from another star in glory.
So he's telling us there's different types of bodies. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial. Talking about uh, celestial bodies such as the moons, the stars, the sun, the bodies that are up in the heavens, the celestial, and bodies terrestrial, meaning they're here on the earth, like what the land, the oceans, the rivers, and so on. The mountains, those are all terrestrial bodies because they're here on the earth. But the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There is one glory of the sun, another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star differs from another star in glory. Just like you've got the great light differs from the lesser light in glory. Which one do you think he's going to use in order to govern our seasons, the greater light or the lesser light? We always want to go after the lesser light. I don't know what's wrong with Israel.
Mhm.
We always want to, I don't know. It's always going after the lesser. Let's go to Revelation 8 and 12.
The book of Revelation, chapter 8, and verse 12. And the fourth angel sounded, and the third part of the sun was smitten, and the third part of the moon, and the third part of the stars. So as the third part of them was darkened, and the day shone not for a third part of it, and the night light likewise.
So again, even here in Revelation, um, in the end, there's still going to be signs up in the heaven. Things are going to be going on. It says the sun was smitten, the third part of the moon, and the third part of the stars. So as the third part of them was darkened, and the day shone not for a third part of it, and the night likewise. So there's going to be all kind of confusion up in the heavens, because of what's going on when Christ returns. So we got to be prepared for that. And all of that was declared again from the very beginning in Genesis that we're reading about in Revelation, that the moon, stars, and the sun are going to be serving as signs of Christ's return. If you have your spiritual eyes and ears open, if you got eyes to see and ears to hear, and a heart to accept it, by all means. Let's go to the book of Baruch, chapter 6 and verse 60. We're getting close to being done. We're almost done. We've got one more part to go through.
The book of Baruch, chapter 6 and verse 60. It says, for sun, moon, and stars, being bright and sent to do their office, are obedient.
So the sun, moon, and stars being bright and sent to do their offices are obedient. What is their offices? Exactly the things we read about in Genesis 1, to serve as signs, to serve in their seasons, to create light upon the earth, and so on. But for whatever reason, Israel don't want to hearken to the Most High. Let's go to First Esdras 4 and 34.
The book of First Esdras, chapter 4 and verse 34. O ye men, are not women strong? Great is the earth, high is the heaven, swift is the sun in his course. For the compasseth the heavens round about, and fetcheth his course again to his own place in one day. And he not just 34, right?
Yeah, just verse 34. It says, O ye men, are not women strong? if you go back and you read this in First Esdras, what was going on here is that there were three men. They were bodyguards to the king, and each one of them they gave um, kind of like a citation, whatever you want to call it, of what they thought was strongest. You read about Zerubbabel and the other two. So this is what one of them said. One of them is saying that women is strong. He says, "Oh, ye men are not women strong." One of them said the king is the strongest. He's saying that women are strongest. And this is Zerubbabel that is saying it. It says, "Oh, ye men are not women strong. Great is the earth, high is the heavens, swift is the sun in his course. For he compasses the heavens round about and fetcheth his course again to his own place in one day." So what he's talking about is the rotation of the or the course of the sun, and how the earth does what goes about the sun. It says, "For he compasseth the heavens round about and fetcheth his course again to his own place in one day. The sun rises in the east and it sets in the west, as the sun, I mean, as the earth rotates." Okay. And at the same time, the earth rotates and the sun appears to go around the earth, when in actuality, it's the earth that's moving, not the sun. And at the same time, the earth is moving around the sun, which creates our seasons. That's basically what he's talking about. Okay. Um, so all of that should be clear. So now the last thing we're going to deal with when it comes to dealing with the day, all right, and dealing with the calendar. How many types of days are there? That's the other thing we want to understand, that there are different types of days. I'm sorry, that there are different kinds of days. We have what's called working days. We have rest days. We have new moon days, which are essentially new month days. And we have feast days. All right. Um, let's go to the book of Ezekiel, chapter 46, and verse 1 through 11.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 46, and verse 1. Thus said the Lord God, the gate of the inner court that looketh toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days.
Six
But
what?
the 6 working days.
Meaning that there are work days, and at the beginning, the Lord created the work week, which we'll get into when we deal with the week. But he said the 6 working days. Read on.
But on the Sabbath it shall be open, and in the day of the new moon it shall be open. And the priest shall and the prince shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate without, and shall stand by the post of the gate. And the priest shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offering, and he shall worship the threshold of the gate. Then he shall go forth, but the gate shall not be shut until the evening. Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the door of his gate before the Lord in the Sabbath and in the new moon. And the burnt offering that the prince shall offer unto the Lord in the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish, and a ram without blemish. And the meat offering shall be an ephod for a ram, and the meat offering for a lamb, as he shall be able to give an hin of oil to an ephod. And in the day of the new moon it shall be a young bullock without blemish, and 6 lambs, and a ram, they shall be without blemish. And he shall prepare a meat offering, an ephah for a bullock, and an ephah for a ram, and for a lambs, according as his hand shall attain unto an him of oil to an ephah. And when the priest shall enter, he shall go in by the way of the porch of that gate, and he shall go forth by the way thereof. But when the people of the land shall come before the Lord in the solemn feast, he that entereth in by the way of the north gate to worship shall go out by the way of the south gate. And he that entereth by the way of the south gate shall go forth by the way of the north gate. He shall not return by the way of the gate whereby he came in, but shall go forth over against it. And the prince in the midst of them, when they go in, shall go in, and when they go forth, shall go forth. And in the feast and in the solemnities, the meat offering shall be an ephah to a bullock, and an ephah to a ram, and to the lamb as he is able to give, and in him of oil to an ephah.
Okay, so what are we supposed to get out of this? Talking about the different days that we have. In verse 1, he said, Ezekiel 46:1, thus saith the Lord God, the gate of the inner court that looketh toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days, letting us know that there are working days. That's one of the type of days. We have the working days, we have rest days, which are what called Sabbaths or Sabbath days. And we have the new moon days, which are essentially new month days, new months. And then we have our feast days as he gets into in verse 9. But when the people of the land shall come before the Lord in the solemn feast, letting us know the 4 different types of days. There are work days. Let's go to Isaiah 66 and 22 through 23.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 66 and verse 22. For as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, saith the Lord, so shall your seed and your name remain. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord.
So, what's happening is because we keep seeing the word new moon, just like in Psalms 104 and 19, where we have been mistakenly believing that because it says he appointed the moon for seasons, that we believed that it was talking about the 4 seasons, which now you should know by this time and this point in the lesson that it's not talking about the 4 seasons, that it's talking about the day seasons and the night seasons. Okay. It's the same thing when it comes to the wording of the new moon. It's simply just telling us new month. It's not telling us that we're supposed to be following the moon. The new moon and the new month just so happen to have the same Hebrew word. They just so happen to have the same word. It was never telling us that we were supposed to be following the new, or not the new moon, but following the moon to dictate our seasons, to dictate our high holy days. So, what this is telling us in Isaiah 66 and 22, for as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, saith the Lord, so shall your seed and your name remain. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, meaning from one new month to another month, or in other words, from month to month, and from one Sabbath to another shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord. So, in other words, what he's telling us, from month to month and from week to week shall all flesh come to worship before me. That's all that's simply telling us in Isaiah 66 and 22 through 23. From month to month, from week to week, shall all flesh come to worship before me. What days will we not go to worship? The working days. We're not going to go worship on the working days. That's why when you go back, where was that at? Where the wife wanted to go see the. I think we read it earlier. One of the scriptures earlier. She wanted to go see the priest or go see the seer or whatever, and her husband was working in the field, and he's like, "Go see him for what? Is neither a Sabbath day or a new moon, something like that." He said,
Mm-hmm.
but that's what it comes down to. We're not going to be working or worshiping on the working days. That's what he was trying to tell. Like, wait a minute, this is the work, or this is the working days. It's not one of the days that we're appointed to go worship. But she's like, you know what? But I need to go see him. All right. So there are 4 different types of days. And as we go through, you're going to see that there's not only working days, but he also created the work week. All right, let's go to 2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 22 through 23. Or actually, this is it right here. I realized the next next precepts in the lesson.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 4 and verse 22. It says, 22. And she called unto her husband and said, Send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of these asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again. And he said, Wherefore wilt thou go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, It shall be well.
So he's telling her it's not even the new month or a Sabbath day. Like, what are you going to go see him for? So she needed to go see him. She's like, you know what? I just need to go see him. It'll be good. It'll be all right. Says, and she called unto her husband and says, Send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again. And he said, Wherefore wilt thou go to him today? He's like, what are you going to go to him today? It's neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, it'll be well. So where was the man at that time? He was in her husband. He was in the field working at that time. It was a work day. That's why it's like, you know what are you gonna go? It's a work day. It's not one of the new months or the Sabbath day for us to go and see the man of God today. So what should we have been getting out of this lesson? Number one, we were dealing with the calendar of the Most High, mainly dealing with the day, when the day starts, when the day ends. The day begins at sundown and ends at sundown, from sundown to sundown, or from evening to evening, or from even to even. That's one of the things you should be getting from this. The day begins in the evening and ends in the evening. At what time of the evening? When the stars show up in the sky, that means the next day has begun. So the moment one star pops up in the sky, the day is done. The new day is beginning. All right. When the stars are shown in the sky at twilight, which we read, okay. Um, there's a lot of stuff that we covered. Now our mind's going blank. But the fact, the seasons, that's another main thing we covered, to show that in Psalms 104, that when it says he appointed the moon for seasons, that is not talking about the four seasons, that it's talking about the day season, the night season. Go back and watch this lesson over and over again. Get these precepts, get the understanding. And it should be crystal clear that we have been, that we have had the wrong understanding of the Most High's calendar for a long time. And we've been following the moon when we're not supposed to be. And as we get to the week, that'll be the lesson we'll do next. We'll deal with the week. These are going to be some long, boring lessons, but you will learn a lot from them. Guarantee you that, because it's coming from the precepts. It's not coming from us. Going precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. So, Lord's will, you have a better understanding of the day after this lesson. Let's go to Sirach 42 and 24.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 42, and what verse?
24.
And verse 24. And it says, all things are double, one against another, and he had made nothing imperfect.
It says, all things are double, one against another, and he had made nothing imperfect. If we're accepting the lunar calendar, following after the new moons as far as the dark moon, the crescent moon, and the full moon, and we have to add a 13th month because there's a problem with the moon staying in with the seasons, that means that the Most High's calendar is not perfect. It's screwed up. That means the Most High royally screwed up when he made the calendar. But it's telling us here he had made nothing imperfect. The thing that's not perfect is us. We're the ones screwing up, not the Most High. The Most High didn't screw up his calendar. We've screwed it up. In that we want to follow the moon and add as the second month of Adar, this 13th month. We want to add, what are they calling these? The only intercalary days that are ever mentioned is the 4 intercalary days that are mentioned in the book of Enoch for the Enoch calendar. You don't read in the scriptures about what are they calling them? Interchanging days or something like that. For the transitional days. There you go. Transitional days. You don't read about no transitional days that means if your calendar is that screwed up that you got to add transitional days, that means your calendar is screwed up, not the Most High's calendar. That means you made a mistake. And we all had made that mistake. There is no such thing as transitional days in the scriptures. In Lord's will, it is crystal clear now. So let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom. Most High in Christ blessed. Blessed Sabbath to you. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath. And we'll see you next time.